On a 1v3 retake, they know exactly where to look. 15 HP, tagged down, and not a lot of time. Spike not going to be able to reach the site. And Zamu, 3K to open it up out of the chamber, on their way to tour de force already.
Yeah, getting that start on lockdown, I think, as well. I mean, we were talking about the space taken over towards Mound early on. It's not just that space. It's getting out with not just a frag, but their life, staying alive, and allowing that later on impact to be felt. With that said, Trent not in too bad of spot considering the start to that round. They should be on a bit of an eco coming into this one. Okay. And they'll be grouped up outside of tree.
We'll take their sights set towards A, but it's Zamu again with the Marshall. Gets away with the rendezvous, but a lot of damage taken from Trent early on into this round. Zamu looking to solo it. Goes back in with this Marshall, just barely whiffing. Actually, a tag onto Gaming Power, but it'll be good to avoid the utility. Finally, going to be dropped, and at that chamber, you have to call for these reinforcements who have already rotated out.
Cutting the space, though, making life a little bit more difficult, but well, that collapse essentially will seal the deal, and Meow will pick up just 3K on the anti-eco. The Hawks didn't necessarily have a lot of positioning over towards A early on, but Zomu found the opening pick and got all the information and can call for the cavalry to arrive.
So onto this round. Looking to see if Trent can maybe pull a little bit more value off of these opening contact duels. Zamu has been dominating so far at the beginning of these rounds, Vincent, and they need to figure out a way to avoid that.
Well, for now, Trent just trying to keep it slow. Not taking too much space anywhere, actually. They're playing a bit too scared, to be honest, but they are starting to get out of their own spawn. Taking a couple of shots forward, though. Defense. Fly has made their way to rubble, but they know about it. At least Zamu does. Take a shot and then fall back away. Less HP to work with as well.
It's going to go down, so that's your forward pressure from A gone. Now that Zamu has rendezvoused away from this one, Beat Rash is going to re-clear, make sure that Zamu isn't hiding anywhere, but Trex is making his way through mid. A little bit of a lurk play. Myth Lunar, the timing just a tad bit off, but it is going to pay off. We'll be able to flank this one, and Zamu's still tearing things up. Has rotated towards the back of site. Finds one with the Marshall, a second. With his Headhunter. Spike goes down, and now it's down into a 2 versus 3. Now a 1 versus 3. All up to Glitch with the Vandal at the ready. Swings are out. Good for 1. Pops the Swarm on site. And the rest looking to trade it. They swing together. They get it done, and that's a 3-0 start for HCC.
The Hawks making sure to stick together there. It's so important. If you allow yourself to just get staggered a little bit, right? All you need to be is just a step behind, and that gives the opportunity over to the player to 1v3, maybe on the other side, who Glitch was doing a valiant effort on all fairness. But you already mentioned it. Zamu was very quick to get started to that tour de force. Already has it available. I don't know if we're going to really see that in this round, considering the expectations for Trent are going to be low. The fact they just made the investment last time out, and they shouldn't have as much into this next round. But currently, Trent stacking up outside of B in the pillars at the moment. If they can just get onto the site, get a spike down, I'd call this a pretty good round, especially if you can get into the post play.
Don't worry about Yoko. Hilo's going to jump up. And through the smoke, oh my goodness, Nose Fly is there, but just tapping away the Aftershock. Going to push him out into the open. Yoko still with 3, just collecting kills in this round, padding those stats, Vincent and Trent. I mean, you were hoping to get a spike down, but they didn't even get to see the site.
I mean, hey, to be fair, they were running into a buzzsaw meat grinder of sorts. Not much you can do about that is, oh my goodness, the Hawks are running them down. I let them fly, had just no chance. No chance at all. It was 3 bodies swinging them. Not even one by one, all together at the same time. It's a tough situation to contend with. There's actually as well, just to kind of go back to the point we were making on the agent select screen, right? with Yoko and Meow Meow, there's a lot of utility. A lot of utility to try and get through when it comes to denying space, denying sight lines here for this defense. So the Hawks have a lot that they can work with. I think that at the moment, Trent finding some difficulties there and, well, all over the place.
Ops out for Zamu. Goes back in. This is the second shot, but the rendezvous is going to get him out of the danger and back onto site. Doesn't want to let them walk just yet. Back in for the third shot. It's going to be 2 down already before they get a chance at their hands. 4C, still the execute starting to rain down for Trent. Gaming Power is going to take some height. Phantom in hand, back out. Lich actually finds a kill on the leg, and suddenly this round has turned with the revolving door. It's opened up an opportunity to possibly rotate.
Gotta be careful if you're the Hawks not to get overzealous, which I think they do right there, trying to take the fight over to Trent, and instead they find themselves down a couple of players and in a bit of a rougher spot. Heat Rash will also evacuate, though they're the ones to stick around the most part. That has kept, at least initially, kept a couple of the Hawks hanging out at sea. But
30 seconds left.
Trash goes around the corner. East site will be the destination, both the attackers and for Myth, who's already here calling in the backup from this chamber.
Myth is going to keep this even in a 2v2. Beat Rash actually finds the lurk, like you say, and this is a real good chance for Trent to finally put a round on the board. A flank from Yoko, very disconnected from Myth Lunar. Has to be careful not to give up his life, but the door's going to open and Myth spots an opportunity. Yoko, who's played so patiently on this flank, has a chance to put it away, and they will. HCC Hawks, a fantastic retake on a kind of scary round, Vincent.
A good example of a round where I think Trent did the right things. They adjusted well. Their move back over to A was the right call, and unfortunately, just some individuals, as you mentioned, the Hawks very separated, didn't really have a way to trade each other, but they both win the fight, and therefore they come away successful, keeping things going. And this is a little bit of a difficult flying decision for Trent. You can see them starting to full invest and then going back from it, instead getting out what they can, which isn't bad. You know, looking at Bulldog, there's also a couple of SMGs. All of those things can be effective, especially the Bulldog at this range.
Right there.
If they get in towards the tree room, that SMG can be just as good.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder from Trent's going to look to see if you can up the pacing onto A. They've already breached into trees, and Myth is going to hear this one. Wingman hoping to disrupt. It distracts them long enough for Myth to get their gun up and find that first blood. Does get traded from Gaming Power with the Spectre, but it won't last for too long, Vincent. Now Trent have found themselves stuck in the mud, trapped in the situation. The rotation's already here for HCC, and Zamu with this op just look to find a couple more who are lagging behind, and Glitch may give him this opportunity, but Zamu does look away from it.
Trent are being really patient at the moment, but problem is that Zomu isn't going anywhere. And the spike was spotted at one point, though that was a long while ago.
30 seconds
I think
left.
Trent, on paper, them waiting this out should spread the defense back out, and it has to a certain extent, but there's still players aggressive in these areas. And with 20 seconds left, there's now no more questions. There's only the go button.
Headhunter, let them fly. Doesn't even give him a chance here. Looking the wrong way. Zamu easily able to clip that wing leg. Finds the better of Trexta, and Zamu's going to get another 3K to bring HCC to 6-0. Yet to drop a round on Lotus. And they look like they're very comfortable here.
And it is going to be the Trent timeout taken to talk things over. And I think the hardest part for Trent at the current moment isn't that they are doing anything super wrong. They are a little bit slow, I think, on the uptake when it comes to making decisions in the mid-round. But a lot of the decisions they've been making, I agree with. They've just found themselves at the opposite side of Zamu in a bunch of situations, and they're currently playing very, very well, not missing very many shots, and even when they do, getting an opportunity to just get out of there, whether that be the rendezvous or able to tuck back around a corner, one or the other.
How do we get a little close-up of Astra? I've always wondered what
The inside of Astra's nose looks like.
I've always wondered what the skincare routine of Astra would be. I mean, I need to take some notes here, but I'm not a video game character, you know, so I can't, I guess, compare. It's not a fair comparison.
Yeah. They are made of pixels and you are not.
Unless an Outlaw comes out from I Let Them Fly. Haven't seen too much Outlaw get used within collegiate esports. I don't think I've had the chance. Not a lot of people, I guess, opting for it, but I'm excited. Zamu's going to opt to get aggressive right on through. No way.
What is this?
Gets back out. I don't even think Trent expected that.
I'm so floored. I don't know what Zamu was looking for there. Pulled back the rendezvous as well. And honestly, the biggest thing is lucky to be alive. Shouldn't
Very
be alive.
lucky.
Contact made over at A. Yamiao going to be calling at least for a little bit of additional coverage in this direction.
She is being extra careful now that you know that Outlaw is out. The paranoia. Not going to be able to gain any ground with that Nebula, but extra smoke just to rotate back onto site, see if you can secure it. Does seem like this is going to be the end game of Trent's plan, but the spike is still leaning to A, so this is actually going to be a split to B, Vincent.
Based on the, tons of utility that you just saw coming out from the Hawks at A, this is understandable for Trent.
30 seconds
Trying to make
left.
that adjustment, but they're just going to go in. This isn't even the site fully taken.
And look at this aggression from Beat Rash. She's going to set up on a one-way, and they don't check it. So hiding away in the dark
Spike
cover,
planted.
finding not one, but a double kill to back the HCC away from this site. They get the spike down in a 5v2 post plant. So many different lines of contact onto this spike as well. It isn't going to be easy for HCC to unravel this, but they get the first two steps done. Zamu and Yoku going to bring this back into a 2 versus 3. Zamu going to be watching Heaven with this operator in hand, but it's the players from Link that I'm worried about, and Zamu's just going to jump it. Trex, she jumps out, spots it. Beat Rash is going to get rid of this operator, and Yoko now all alone in a 1v3. Not going to get anything more than the one onto Let Them Fly. Finally, with Beat Rash grabbing a 4K. It's going to be a round for Trent Excalibur.
Let's go.
And Beat Rush just fully unchecked there in the corner. Snuck into position, and to be honest, the Hawks getting a bit too far forward initially, right? They didn't even lose the site, technically, before they were trying to go for the retake. And that disjointedness for the retake, I think, really hurt them. Had only 2 players coming through. Beat Rash unchecked, picked them both up, and delivered there towards the back end of the round as well. A crazy round considering the start that it was with Zamu heading forward. They are in a different position this time out towards A, where shot goes forward, but nothing connects.
The Trent get one round, Vincent. And they actually do it in a very convincing manner. You know, I mean, they lose a couple of lives, but getting that spike down and putting themselves in a winnable situation, getting to that step, they're making a lot of right calls.
They are, yeah. I mean, it is just a matter of getting into those post plants and finding a way to deliver.
And trading.
Great shot.
Right there.
Yeah, the trade. And it's Beat Rash once again, doing some very good work.
Right there.
She seems to be coming alive on Lotus. Better late than never for Trent Excalibur and Wingman.
Dizzy's up top.
Going to look to give some space for Leg to work their way back on, but I think
30
just
seconds
yet
left.
for when it comes to spacing from the shadows all the way from C back to A to get the spike down in a post plant. It's a 4v4. Leg's going to be the first one in.
I was expecting to see the lockdown come through, but that's not been invested.
I like this
Put up the
call.
Cosmic Divide as well.
Gonna block off the players from Tree, put Trex in a Really bit of a one and done. Spike's going to be jumped on by Leg, running through his Beat Rash. Myth going to trade it out into 2 versus 2. This is getting scrappy in the lockdown now from Trent.
One
Myth
enemy remaining.
has to decide, do you go for it?
Oh, there's not
or
enough
do you
time.
Stop? And I don't know if they're going to be able to get this defuse. It doesn't look like they're able to jump the defuse right away. And before the lockdown actually detains them, HCC kind of steal it right from out of them. A couple ults used in it, but that's a big round for HCC.
Yeah, just a little bit off when it comes to Trent on understanding when the spike was tapped and the time left on Glitch and that lockdown. Just a little bit of a confusing one there. Clear that Glitch thought that the lockdown would deny the defuse, but the timing wasn't there. And so the Hawks will walk away with another one. There is something interesting though that I've been seeing with these Hawks is that the way they're layering smokes is a little odd. Like they have so much smoke utility, but sometimes they're like doubling up on it, especially out here towards A. I'm a little confused at what the plan is. It's kind of created some question marks.
Spike down.
If they don't know, or if you don't know and they don't know, I guess Trent wouldn't know either.
It's true. Or maybe they're just geniuses and they do know. Ever thought of that?
Maybe they're just laying out the red carpet of smokes for them to walk through.
More like a dark carpet.
Revolving door for Zamu, looking to get an angle with this 2 to 4, and he will. Zamu goes back in for 2, but the shot from Trek, she removes the head of the chamber with the Marshall. It is a trade back, but still a deficit for Trent to fight from.
I think they're staying grouped up though, and everybody sort of collapsed towards B when that first kill came in. The rotation towards C, though. Myth is the only one to do it.
One enemy
Aiming
remaining.
to hop this spike right away, not knowing that Yoku has an angle, and without needing Myth right at the start, Trex is going to be a little distracted for the swing from the Jet, and HCC still look like they are in full control. Let's talk about a couple of these players, Vincent. I mean, Zamu, 17-6, incredible for these first bloods. But Yoku and Myth during the mid-round to late, they have been so good on these, even needed retakes.
Yeah, I think Myth, especially when it comes to those later rotations, is in the right spot at the right time. And it has been Myth more than Yoku, but whenever Yoku has been asked to step up, getting into those positions, they are doing exactly that. Somu, speaking of, has been really dynamic anywhere and everywhere this player has been.
Zamu, another first blood to add to the tally of this game. Countless so far within these 9 rounds. In round 10, it seems like B's on the menu for Trent Excalibur. They just continue to get shut out by the double controller. And take a look at this. Trex has actually found some timing to see it. They don't know that Yoku's back here, but Trex is going to get an angle, and that timing pays off. That was Spike. Ready to get planted.
There's a Rolling Thunder set, ready potentially to play against this retake.
Smoke is off. What is this?
Spike planted.
It's just a little bit off, but I mean, I guess it isn't going to matter in the long run. And also, they've just left this chamber so alone. Trex is entirely cut off from the rest of their team. That's unfortunate because now everybody else is in a tough spot. Rolling Thunder will stall things out, but there's still plenty of time.
That time is quickly running away. In the smoke, Gaming Power able to get an angle there onto Myth. Walks on through, and Zamu watching like a hawk. Leg gonna hop this defuse now, and it's all down to one. Beat Rash has to step up, and they do. The Spike Diffuser gets killed. Is there time? Zamu has to run for it. And no, there's not. Again, it's Beat Rash doing just enough to win the round for her team. A clutch at the end, killing the Spike Diffuser. Zamu doesn't even have a chance after that.
And it all comes down to that flashpoint that comes through, entirely, fully blinding Zamu. Had no chance of taking that shot. And that's what allows the isolation of those first couple of shots for Beat Rash to go all the way forward and find success. 2 rounds won, and you could really say Beat Rash was the one to
You
win
want
them
to play?
for
Let's
Trent.
play.
Problem is, how much can we expect that to continue? Well, the Trexta finding an opening engagement, lag going down, maybe we can.
Maybe they can do it. Now, staring towards the end of this half, hoping for an 8-4. Trent Excalibur looking to do it again here with a tour de force. Everybody's grouped up at B. Meow Meow has to run away, but gonna catch I Let Them Fly out of the air, who just hasn't been able to catch a break in the TP. Meow Meow reaggresses in the gravity well. Beat Rash standing still, able to still get one before dropping. And Trex is actually putting in some work here with this tour de force. It's a 2v1 Myth. I think they know exactly where this jet is. You'd think with the way that Trex is playing it, but the spike has yet to go down, and Myth now gonna go on in, and Trex gets 4. The tour de force pays off. Another round to Trent Excalibur.
Hey, if everybody can start picking up quads every round, doesn't matter who it is, Trent will continue finding success. That's 2 in a row. Mute Rash doing the damage last time out, but Trex, opening pick, finds the trades and was just in the right space to make that happen. Even that last shot, just a great adjustment. Looked like maybe Myth could have had that one on lockdown, but no. And the Hawks, well, they're starting to run out of money, I'm noticing. Not only that, they're only with a single ult left.
Zamu starting to turn around at the end of this half. Thrash getting his first show so far, but it's just going to stall things out. Doesn't actually want to leap through it, and I don't mind that. It buys time for the rotations to come out for the rest of the team, Vincent.
I think I'm on the same page, right? Just give it a moment. Allow for everybody to get back. Well, it's not going to be a problem, though, at least not for Trent. They will just TP right all the way over to A. Now, Myth knows. Myth has heard and is about to be able to see, but by the time Myth gets there, honestly, they just need to hang out and wait.
They do. They still have a Thrash. The showstopper now for I Let Them Fly. He lets it fly right over towards Myth Lunar. Now 3K, 4K, playing for the ace. Lag the only one standing between this round, between this half. Being cut down to size by Trent Excalibur. I Let Them Fly for the ace. Swings out leg. Oh, the denial of the ace. But Trex is there to still put the nail in the coffin for the half. 8-4 we sit. HCC Hawks. A considerable lead, I will say, but more manageable than what it could have been.
Massive resurgence. I mean, Trent, I mean, I said somewhat in jest. Well, you know, if Beat Rash can find a 4K every time, then great. Well, it wasn't quite just Beat Rash, but it was a 4K every single time there. Those last 3 rounds, everybody having a moment to step up and show what they're made of. Let Them Fly, Trexta, and Beat Rash putting Trent Excalibur Blue right back in this game. As dominant as Zomu has been, hey, 8-4, as you mentioned, it's an approachable position to work from.
All starts with this pistol. Actually, the fall line doesn't go far enough to actually make Let Them Fly too worry of this. Wasp the cross as well. Now with the Sheriff trying to fish for a kill. Will Myth Lunar going to fall at this one, and the help from Beat Rash has been exceptional out of Trent Excalibur. This team has not let go of those 3 rounds that they found towards the end of the half, and they get this pistol. I mean, they can start their full comeback.
And I'm a little bit floored. I think that the Hawks have maybe got a bit too ahead of themselves, at least initially. They are being caught off this flank from Trex, entirely unaware we're the Hawks. Like you mentioned, 8-4, it's a good lead, but I think it can really sneak up on you how quickly that lead evaporates.
Yeah, and you look at the scoreboard too. Is Zamu getting shut down these past couple of rounds, not having as much of an early, or having as much early success as we did see at the start of Lotus? Maybe that is the issue right now for HCC Hawks, but Zamu's been doing so much. You got to look to somebody else right now. see if they can start to activate and leg with 2 kills across this one. Maybe need to start to pick things up, but Zamu's going to open up the round with yet another first blood. Looks like they just want to rush this at C. Gaming Power here with the paranoia ready.
Might have it ready, but not going to utilize it. Just trying to keep the gun out, and maybe needed to pump that forward in order to delay the push that the Hawks are putting together.
It's a fast flank coming out, Vincent. Beat Rash is going to be able to close this distance with a Bulldog.
This is make or break for the round. That's fantastic, though.
Gimme turret. Able to bring a kill back. Zamu has been displaced, and 3v4 through the retake won't be easy. But Let Them Fly is going to equalize this one, and now Beat Rash going to push out Myth Lunar from this angle. It's all down to Yoko with a Guardian, and the time starting to take away, but nice shot there from my Let Them Fly. Should be enough for the defuse. And Trent Excalibur a retake to show that they are not just ready to take these early fights. They can do everything they need.
Yeah, dangerous round, but one that comes together well. It can be really easy to try and get further into that retake too quickly, but they take their time about it. Wait for the Hawks to be the ones to start making the mistake, and waiting as well for Beat Rash to get that flank activated. All of those things leading up to a phenomenal recovery even after losing the C site.
It wasn't a round that HCC Hawks were supposed to win. So getting the spike down and, getting the kills that they did get, not too bad of a second round of the half. And Zamu is just unreal.
Yeah, opening up with a first shot on the Headhunter. That one's great. Then comes back with a Vandal and says goodbye to yet another defender. The Headhunter on the other side, though, play defense.
Trex just not able to land that shot. Zamu's still going to be able to push forward. Knows the rendezvous can't be too far away, so Trex will not be able to escape. And it's all down to one glitch with a ghost and 0 utility. And at least do a little bit of damage here, but a flawless round coming out by the hands of Zamu. Another 4K to add to Lotus. And for the first time in a while, HCC Hawks actually shut down what has been 5 rounds in a row from Trent.
I always thought, 3 was the magic number. A lot of things come in 3s, but apparently it's 4. We've seen so many quad kills this entire map. I cannot believe it. A little bit crazy. Especially going into the back end of the first half with Trent and how they were able to find him. A little swap up. Trent getting a lot more aggressive this time. They're sort of done with Zamu.
Yeah, they don't want to give them these long-range battles, so they want to give themselves a little bit of cover. Flashpoint out, and Zamu's going to be caught. You can see that HCC, they still want to fight for this. They want to try to trade it out, but now you've lost Meow Meow.
So close.
And Trax is so far forward. I didn't know, even though they were this far up. Where's little bro going?
Yeah, Wingman is going for a run, but he is off the beaten path. And look at this. As soon as Trent finds some value to one side of the map, I like that Trex is getting aggressive on the other. It's really smart plays or play calls coming out right now from the defensive side. Just making sure that they're gaining space where they know they can gain space off the information that is, provided.
Yeah, contact over towards A. You saw all the utility and the bodies being thrown at that position. It just makes sense that there's probably space towards Mound.
Cover going out.
Final destination for the Hawks, though, not even set in stone. I don't even think they're in position to really go for this. And yeah, Yoko gonna try, but not really much to find, and found nothing as well. 7 rounds to the 9 of the Hawks. They might have stopped the streak, but they haven't stopped Excalibur just yet. They've found a bit of a wall, brick wall that, honestly, the Hawks have been walking into and getting a headache.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
I just got jump scared. What do you think? What do you think? Chamber's prescription is? Like, does Chamber have really bad eyesight?
I mean, it can't be too bad because he uses a sniper.
Well, that has like a scope that magnifies.
It does, but like, can't be that bad of a prescription in that case, though.
That's fair. I'm pretty sure like you can't go into. I'm pretty sure you can't be a sniper in like the military if you have prescription.
You can't, and you can only be a sniper in the military if you have a degree in mathematics.
That is true. It's kind of crazy. Like the like wind, you gotta like calculate the wind and the bullet drop and the velocity. It's
a lot of physics.
Yeah. You think going into the military like that you don't have to be that smart? That for this role, that's not true.
No, definitely not true. And Zamu has been cut out of this map so far, and you like to see that. You know, Trent, one thing that I was worried about for them is if they started to fall behind, do we see any changes? Do we see them adapting? And so far the answer is yes. They've been adapting in so many different ways as well.
Look at how far up Trent are right now. They're all the way through C, about to be in spawn.
They just haven't been able to get shut down so far, and this is where all the confidence is coming through. Fast flank. Trex doesn't have to do anything. I think HCC are on the case, though. They've turned around. Meow Meow's going to spot it. Yoko, leg.
Teleport's ready.
Now looking to find their way back into this one. Luckily, the TP comes through from Meow Meow, but going to avoid the op, but won't avoid the raise. Yoko brings this back into a 2v2, but look at the health bars on these two members of HCC.
Might be pretty low, especially for
Yoko has
Yoko, but
1 HP.
But they are, well, I was about to say they might get over towards C, but Trent have booked it. They have put on their running shoes, and they're going to beat the Hawks over to the site.
Yeah,
that's absurd.
I'm surprised. Trent has been all over this. Thresh now. Going to look to clear through Waterfall. It's going to spot the Killjoy, but they still don't know Trex has gotten into the spot. Leg is going to get some timing now to set up on the inside of the C site. Make it a little harder for Trex, but nice shot there onto Yoko. A haircut for Astro and Glitch. Gonna find Leg. Watching for Trex like a hawk. Trent Excalibur has cut this lead down to 1 on Lotus Vincent, and they have done it in a very clean manner.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I think that Trent have put together a phenomenal, I mean, second half, yes, but the way that they kind of dominated their way through those last 3 rounds of the first half, I think set them up beautifully for this. I do want to, again, shout out Zamu, who's 30-12. And I can't believe this game is over and they have 30 kills.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Oh, it's going to be a fast one.
You want
Let's see a fast B hit in our future.
This is where the Killjoy can come in handy. You have to watch out for these swarm grenades. Glitch just playing off the contact of the turrets, and here we go. As soon as the turret sees it, the swarm grenades are going to be activated, but Myth is going to use the tailwind to cut this distance up, and Glitch is ready for it. Myth, will you be able to hit the shot? The Stinger in hand turns to the right and decapitates Glitch from that position. Spike's going down right away. You have to be aware of the flank.
All this positioning though from Myth, giving confirmation about where they're coming in from. That's going to be an issue.
Zamu's got the tour de force, and this is a great gun to have in this position. Not going to be anticipating the rest of the players ready for the flank. Aiming power now to push on through behind this paranoia. Caught in the open, not able to land the shots on Zamu, but gets rid of Meow Meow. Tour de force of Trex's now, and Myth loses out. All down to Yoku. Gravity Well is going to at least slow down this defuse, but Trex is ready and waiting. And Trent has brought this all the way back.
We're all tied up, and off the back of another little back and forth between these chambers, which is really interesting to see. As dominant as Zamu has been, Trex continuing to find value where honestly, I haven't been able to see a way back in. He's been able to do it. I've been really impressed. And, well, the Hawks, they now have to start asking themselves, what has gone wrong and why? Because at one point, they were maybe playing a little bit more aggressive than they would typically be doing. And I think just that confidence a little bit getting to them. But that's not been the case in the second half.
Oh, it hasn't at all. Looked like they've cracked the code, Vincent. A lot of it behind players like Trex and like Beat. It is not just down to them. Losing out on gaming power is losing out on your controller, and that is a lot of presence on site that you won't have.
I like Trex is just playing this a little bit more passively, knowing that, yeah, this site's already lost, but the retake is certainly not, especially not with the Rolling Thunder ready to go. And Zamu out in the open.
I mean, Zamu's just been giving up so much. So here's the Rolling Thunder. Not going to actually cover the whole site just yet, but it is going to force Meow Meow to look to reaggress and Beat able to put together yet another double kill in this half. It's leaving Myth all alone. 1v2 now. Trying to play around this information. Aftershock pushes them over the edge and hunting them down is Glitch. Myth not able to escape. A full turnaround for Trent. Excalibur Blue has brought them not only into a tie game, but now with double digits achieved, it is an advantage for the first time on Lotus.
Picking it up, and honestly, the Hawks, where is the Hawks we saw before? I mean, Zamu's continued to play well. That's not different. Is a team diff at the moment. I mean, I hate to put it out there, but Lag having a really rough one. Meow Meow isn't too far behind where Lag is currently at, and where we were really praising Myth and Yoko. They've also really fallen off a cliff.
Have, and Zamu's doing so much, but Zamu's also dying quite a bit as well. And if you don't have the support from the rest of your team, it's going to be impossible to win a 3-site map.
Well, here's a chance maybe for Myth to step that up. How's Sheriff and the Blades ready to go?
Free up on the smoke, and that is going to be the call for HCC to move. Look at the aggression from Trex again. Trex is pushed all the way through Mound, so you know this isn't going to be a C hit. And now they move back going towards A. Trex looking for a player off the slow rotate. Meow Meow is watching, but turns away at just the wrong time. And an easy pickup there from Trex is going to drop the spike out and allow for the rest just to collapse on this situation. Trex back in, a second one to fall. Trex doing the woast with his operator. Eat Rash also going to chime in for a kill. And HCC, they have fallen apart, Vincent.
I mean, to be honest, they've been falling apart, and this is just them in pieces. 11 rounds now for Trent, Excalibur Blue, and I just can't believe what I'm watching at the moment. Everybody making the right calls, and I mean, it's entirely frustrating for the Hawks if you take space early towards B, and by the time you rotate back, all of Mound is gone. You have nothing to work with. It's suffocating. It's so difficult.
Right there.
They've got to stop Trent from playing so aggressive. They need to stop them from just walking up and taking so much map control.
And on the site pick of HCC, I am very disappointed with the way that this is turning out for them. But in terms of the underdog story, Vincent, I mean, it doesn't get better than this.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. We walk into this and we see what it's been like for Trent the majority of the season, and they're working to make this upset happen.
Teleport's ready.
Rex is going to bring back this round, steal the headhunter. Fishing for a kill through A. Beat Rash is going to reposition, and this has been something that has been used in the past. Do they fully clear it? They actually don't spot it, so B-Rash, he's able to get away with murder yet again. Double kill, looking for all three. Yoko trapped in this position, tapping away. Beat just not able to hit these last couple of shots, and finally will do so.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that was a headshot, yeah.
Yoko was definitely around that corner, but it's all down to one. Meow meow.
Oh, man.
She is already down to half HP, and Glitch is going to be able to check that tally off. Map point for Trent Excalibur. Look at the upset on the match, or the map choice of HCC.
I want to just go back and mention this was 8-4 at halftime. 8-4. The Hawks have a single round in the second half. And we got to double up. Okay, no, they sold it. They sold it. I thought I let them fly. I was going to pull out a secondary, and to be honest with you, it's been very difficult to contend with for the Hawks. And I think that part of it is that they haven't always had enough of their own, but that's only a small portion of what they've been dealing with. Here they go over towards C. Maybe they can stop Trex, and he will go down.
Now back off this Thresh. They're going to take that C site, but we've seen this before, Vincent, and it's fallen apart. The retakes from Trent have been exceptional.
Planted.
Even down a player, though. I think that does complicate things. The biggest boon, though, is this lockdown.
Zamu's going to make it even harder, so the lockdown's going to be called in. Leg just tucked away is going to catch Beat Rash and shoot them in the back, and this lockdown might be effective, but there's just been too much damage. It seems like HCC have done enough. Lockdown's going to find nothing to detain. Gaming Power starting to walk up through the start cover. Going to be spotted out by the Dizzy. It's going to put everything onto the shoulders of Glitch. 10 rounds for HCC. They finally cut things down for Trent Excalibur with 4 players staying alive. A very good execute over towards C, and they keep things in line for Lotus.
Good news for Trent is there's still a couple of opportunities for them. 2 rounds in order to have this go towards the close as opposed to the overtime. Zamu picking back up the operator, though. And I like the decision-making to just take the fight to Trax because she's been unstoppable there and often not even been fought. Like, has just been alone pushing through Mound. I like that they take that fight, but they're going to go elsewhere. Sticking 5 together.
Early trade. Rash still not going to give up this angle. The Aftershock is going to push back Myth Luna and Zamu not just able to get a good angle in this one. The Paranoia Beat Rash is in trouble. Where's the swing? Where's the damage? Here it comes. Finally going down. The A site has fallen. It is open for a plant.
You can get a lot of space off of this. Look at how far away any potential retakers are. Gaming Power is the closest, and even that isn't really a good position considering Trex is being 2v1 to the back line.
Trex is being watched. Rightfully so. So many times. Trent Excalibur half flanked this, and Zamu's going to be ready for it. The operator's going to confirm another kill down to 2. Glitch also going to be seen. Will find the better of that gunfight. Now looking to bait them out, but as they do, Myth is going to find the kill onto Glitch. Yoko wraps all the way around to check off the Omen. And HCC, they may not be done with Lotus just yet. Possible overtime on the horizon.
Yeah. You know, it's almost like them seeing that 12 up there, and it became real, you know? As soon as they notice, hey, we are about to walk away with a loss on our map, that is a difficult thing to contend with, and they've woken up. Woken up big time.
You want to play? Let's play.
Different look this time, though, for Trent. It's Trex. He's out over towards A with the tour de force in hand.
Is anybody to turn things around? It would be Trex with this tour de force, but has to be cautious of Zamu. And look at this. Beat Rash now looking to aggress. Timing, they wrap around and neither one of them spot each other. Beat Rash has slipped the net. And Myth has no idea the Bulldog's going to get a kill. Here comes the rest to hopefully trade it out. They will with minimal damage.
A little bit of a breath of fresh air. That trade been lacking for the Hawks, but off the back of it, they're walking right out onto C. There's just nobody here to stall it out, to even stop this plant. Yoko is putting together.
How's the Rolling Thunder gone?
Shadows traveling.
tool you may have wanted, Vincent, in this moment. Yoko's going to make this even harder. 3 players for the retake. Glitch fully cautious to walk into this nebula. Dark cover's going to go through, and Glitch just spots it out. The trade is out, and now Zamu's turn. The Headhunter will not hit its mark, but Meow Meow there to keep an advantage over. Leg now shuts down the tour de force of Trexton. It's all onto Gaming Power to clutch up in a 1v3. Gets the first one with the Phantom, looking to swing for the rest. Playing for the dark cover, playing for the defuse. They all spray down in front of them. The classic maybe. No! Meow Meow finds 3. We're going to overtime.
The Hawks waking up right when they were needed. And everybody as well having a bit of a step up from that squad. But Trent, they're going to be kicking themselves. They had the chance to close and they couldn't pull it over the line. So the Hawks, now, as mentioned, they've been in overtime quite a few times before this semester. This will be their 3rd or 4th course of these first 5 weeks.
My word, Vincent. If I did not expect to go to overtime after the way that Trent Excalibur commanded the second half, but HCC have found their way back, and Zamu is back on the defensive side with this operator in hand. It seems like Trent are expecting some kind of aggression, but nothing has been seen, and Zamu's going to get out of there.
Perfect. Exactly the exit strategy as well was required for the Hawks. And they are back on the defense now. Made the adjustments that have been required. It's the last couple of rounds of the half where they ready to close things up. Rotation now for Trent. They head back over towards A. They lost the early fight at C, and so dark cover in place.
Leg's just going to spot one. The Dizzy thrown up into the air, running at him. Bead Rash just not able to land those shots and turn around. Truly Dizzy. Leg's going to get 2. HCC with numbers now, ready to defend the site, denied the plant, and they've done so almost flawlessly, only losing the 1 so far. Trexta,
30 seconds left.
handle in hand, Rendezvous not placed down, opting to swing it on out, and the timing, doesn't take the shot. Leg, though, brings him down to 60. They still don't know, and Trex is going to walk on through, grabs the spike. Everybody is here, so the job is not done just yet, but has no idea Yoko's up top, and HCC will take back their lead in overtime.
Switching sides. Match point.
I had no idea that we were going to be seeing such an electrifying game. But Hawks, they have pulled it back, and respect for doing so. But now they're back towards the attack. This is where they found their biggest struggles. And part of the reason it was such a struggle was Trex, who had an op for a moment, but sold it back. Honestly, I would have loved to see her commit to that. Bet on yourself. That's the confidence that they need.
In this moment, Trex just not feeling that chance that he will win this. Zamu, that's their 40th kill of the match. Looking for even more. This Gaming Power has to be careful not to lose their life. I like the call to play patiently, play defensively, and play for the retake.
Just get back in there with the rest of your team instead of overstaying your welcome. The post plan is set, and so much space.
Hunting.
I'm too far.
Another kill for Zamu. The rest at Waterfall picking away. It's 4 for Zamu. Brings out the tour de force, ready to put him in the dirt. It's only down to beat Ration. I think that Zamu knows exactly where to go on the mound for the ace. It's only right that Zamu puts it away. 5 kills in round 26. And it is going to be HCC climbing back in their map choice and taking Lotus.
I thought that they were gone. I thought that they were done after that second half, after how dominant Trex was, taking space consistently, unable to stop mound aggression. I have yet to see a game where they just ignored that area and kept hoping that nobody was going to be there. Finally, they adjusted, and that was just by pushing C. I don't understand how that works, but what I do understand is the numbers. I mean, an incredibly dominant game. One of the highest scoring games I think I've ever seen in a map of Valorant.
It's one of the best individual performances that I've seen in a very, very long time. 40 plus kills. I think it was 44 kills at the end from Zamu. You can look to Zamu to really be the make or break for a lot of those rounds. And where you even highlighted towards the end of that second half, some players may not be doing enough. Meow Meow stepped up towards the end. Even Leg had their moments, and all the puzzle pieces starting to fall together for HCC. It got close, but that is a map that you are sighing with relief that you walk away from.
Yeah, honestly, I think I feel more strongly for Trent, considering the fact that they walk into that, probably didn't have that crazy high of expectations. They're going into their opponent's map pick, and they lose the first half 8-4, which is, like we were talking about, an approachable scoreline. It's not like you can't come back from that. But then they win all but one round in those. I don't even know the number, but it was what, 12-9. That was the scoreline. They win everything up until that point, only for them to be brought to overtime, and then in 2 rounds in a row, just get belled. It's almost as if they found an answer for Zamu, and then Zamu answered back in the final round with just that little extra oomph.
And maybe it was, the potential to bring in that operator at the end for Trexta, just not feeling the confidence of the potential to bring it into overtime. It is a risk, but a moment I would have liked to see, because Trexta was so pivotal in the comeback for Trent Excalibur, for them to reach match point. I don't like the decision to put away the operator. I think that was a tool in the arsenal that we needed to see come through in that overtime to potentially push it even further. And just looking at the stats, though, away from this, 44-18, 487 ACS, 13 First Bloods. That is the MVP of the night. I don't care what happens in the second series.
Yeah, 13 First Bloods is just a silly stat. Like, I understand we went max rounds here, and that's part of it, but the consistency with which Zamu was able to find those early engagements, it just wasn't fair. It really wasn't.
It's almost a First Blood for every round won by that team.
And when you frame it like that, I think it really goes to show where the win conditions were.
Yeah, Zamu definitely really stepping up for the team in that Lotus for them to lead the series versus Trent Excalibur. A very close game that some may not have expected looking at the records of these teams heading into it. But we're going to take a quick little break when we get ready for map number 2. We got Breeze, the pick of Trent, to see if they can send us to split. We'll see you on the other side of Welcome back, everybody, to the HCC Hawks taking on Trent Excalibur Blue in our Week 5 matchup to start off our night. Vincent, what a surprise it was. They take us to overtime on Lotus, something that, looking at the stats, not a lot of people would have expected, but a real team effort to make it happen.
Yeah, I think that Trent really putting together some impressive work. When it came down to it, we saw early it was Beat Rash who was making all the moves, and that continued to happen. They didn't really take their foot off the gas, but Trexta was, incredible. The second half of the game, she was unstoppable out towards Mound, and I think that when the Hawks finally started to realize that is when they started to be a bit more aggressive and maybe find some footing. But the reality is that I don't think the Hawks win that without such an incredible overperformance from Zamu. 44-18 is just not something that I've never seen anyone go that crazy and be able to continue to do that for another map.
Yeah, it has been definitely a fantastic game from Zamu. I will say I agree with you that I think if Zamu doesn't put up those numbers, they don't win that map. Trent are going to be feeling, I'd say, the wrath of Zamu after that one and heading into Breeze, their map choice. I don't expect it to slow down, Vincent. The whole story of that first map on Lotus was the opening duels. And a lot of those opening duels came down for the Tour de Force. So the operators that were brought out from Trex or from Zamu, the headhunters from Zamu, as well as the Tour de Force that was put into this map. And for a map like Breeze, there is definitely a chance where that continues. With how many long sightlines there are, you kind of expect to maybe see that.
Yeah, I think that Zamu is going to continue to be a important factor for the team, but I just mean the sheer numbers, like the volume. I
would
find
be
it hard.
surprised.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that Zamu is going to be able to continue that, and I think that is where I get to the crux of where I'm a bit worried, and that's where the Hawks, they didn't really have a complete game. Yeah, we saw some of the pieces that weren't show up towards the end there a little bit. Meow Meow especially had that big clutch moment. But I think we need to see a little bit more from Lag in general. But all of that is, I guess, to be determined, especially when you're going to such a different map like Breeze, right? Even if we see Lag on the same role, it's going to look so very different on Breeze than on Lotus.
It really will be. A lot of chances to support a player like Zamu. A lot of chances to slowly play through this map. It's not as quick as you would say Lotus would be for those site executes. Very methodical, very thorough. And it's definitely going to be different for sure. So will it go to overtime? I don't really know at this point. I did not expect it to go overtime in the first place, Vincent. So really heading into Breeze, I think literally anything can happen. That's such a cop-out answer for a caster to say. But in fact, after the performance that we just saw and the fact that, HCC Hawks are 4-0 and Trent are 0-4, I don't know what to think anymore. The stats were not telling the truth.
I'm right there with you. And I think it's fair because here's the reality, right? There was a lot of moments, especially back towards the end of the first half, where Trent, they were getting like a 4K every round. It wasn't the same player, but it was everybody kind of stepping up. And I don't think that that's sustainable in the same way that Zamu isn't going to drop 44 kills in every single game. That too, not sustainable. So when the outcome of the game was kind of wild on both sides, I think it's fair to say Breeze, not only are we heading to an entirely different type of map. You mentioned how wide open it is. On the one hand, that's great for Zamu on paper. At least it seems like it would be. But on the other, we don't know if we're going to see that same level from Trent either. There's just so many question marks, so many it factors that were showing up and then may or may not show up as we continue on, that it's an impossible situation. And I think that realistically, as we jump into this map, I want to see maybe a little bit better utilization of some of the smokes, right? There was a lot of moments where I was kind of questioning like why we were seeing an Astra and an Omen, for example, on the same team when Viper usually does that job even better. And especially the way that we were like layering those smokes off. I had a lot of questions there. And
I
so
think that question,
I don't know.
still plays here on Breeze, where a double controller is more often than not seen. I've seen people bring out a Harbor. I've seen people bring out a Viper. I've seen people kind of stray away from bringing a traditional controller and moving to a Viper Harbor at the same exact time. So I think that waiting for the agent compositions is going to be the best call for determining the outcome of this game. And we do see that Myth Lunar is actually swapping to the controller for this map, and so is Leg. A triple controller.
I think, yeah. I was
Okay.
just hearing that there was a Jet. It was actually the Jet, but yeah, that would have been a bit wild. It would have been a bit crazy. I also think what's kind of crazy. Well, crazy is not the right word, but Yoko on the fade, that's something I didn't expect. I think the Sova is more typical, and the lack of a KO as well on anyone. All of those things are question marks for me, but I think it's unsurprising to me to see Trex continuing to play on this chamber, right?
No,
We
I
saw how
agree.
effective that could be, and to continue it makes sense.
And to change the Zamu over towards this Viper, a very different role to play rather than that Chamber who just has to focus on, getting those kills, finding those opening duels, and kind of dominating your opponents. Viper is a member that you almost need to see stay towards the end of these rounds, especially on the attacking side of Breeze. And it kind of has me a little bit worried because Zamu was very rarely seen towards the end of rounds. Very early on, you'd see Zamu lose their life as that chamber. So we're going to have to see a very different playstyle from this player.
Yeah, I think there is some concern there, for sure. It's a matter of, well, if Zamu can just take the fights and win them, I guess it doesn't matter. But if they're going down, even if they get 1 to 2 kills and then go down, that's still, I wouldn't say a net loss for the defensive side, but it's still a problem, especially when it comes to the defense. But here we go. Let's jump into the action. Trent on the attacking side. They poked a little bit over towards 2, but they didn't find anything worth talking about. So they'll spread back out with some mid presence, and the majority of the team heading back towards the B site where Cypher setup has the utility in place. It's a double setup towards B. On a pissed around. I guess that's a little more common, but 2 here early isn't so common.
Something to note, too, the defensive sides of both of these teams were the ones that looked a lot more put together from either team. So for HCCs to start this on defense, maybe a chance to start their lead, but Beat Rash is going to be spotted. Leg, a couple of missed shots here, but still, nobody is looking at Leg. They let the Silva go undetected, and that's going to be the spike down in such a peculiar spot.
A little bit of a concerning one, but Yoku's timing is going to be incredible here.
Oh, Rex has no idea, and this Sheriff is going to rain the law down through the connector into B, and that's going to put Glitch in a near unwinnable situation. Going to have to go absolutely crazy here with this classic Vincent, and now that Meow Meow has jumped for the spot there, I don't think this is going to be possible. 13 seconds, so it's got to be now for Glitch. Nothing to come out of it.
A lack of a situational awareness for Trent, right? I mean, listen, there is a silencer on the Ghost. It is sometimes hard to really pinpoint where it's coming from, but there was a lot of shots that Lag put down range. A lot of whiffs, though, too, but a lot of shots. And the fact that they don't get checked, I think partially due to Trent not expecting a second player there, but you have to be a bit more aware. That's the reality. And so they find themselves in a pretty tough scenario because of that, with Lag pulling a lot of attention after the second contact and getting a couple of kills that they did.
Heading up
There.
tunnel. Goku has got the information and gonna play on a one-way angle with the Sheriff in hand. Do they check this? They'll swing it. The Sheriff, a couple missed shots. The Classics are going to be able to right-click him to the grave. And opening pick for Trent now. Quickly traded out. And Meow Meow is going to make this 4v3.
A lot of space for Trent to work with, at least, there through the tunnel, but The Hawks are fully aware of the position and are handling it as you would expect.
You know how Zamu, or how good Zamu can be with this martial out. Shots just whiffing a little bit. Beat Rash living on 10 HP. This fight's going to force Beat Rash out into the open, and Glitch is actually going to beat out Zamu with the classic at range. So a 2 versus 3. Glitch is going to drop the cyber cage to hopefully cover their tracks, but now Beat Rash has gone down and they know exactly where Glitch is. The players can just collapse on his position, or on her position. Very quick 2-0 start for HCC, losing the 2 members.
Not that quick. I'm a little concerned. That shouldn't have been quite so difficult for the Hawks. They had all the knowledge of the information and maybe allowed Trent a couple more opportunities than I would have liked to see, but, you know, they did finish it off at the end of the day.
That goes there.
There'll be a gun round upcoming, and it's very much the gun round. This is no bonus for the Hawks. They're invested. They're invested big. There's only one player who's not got a big weapon, and that is one player has a ghost.
Mid. Loud burst. The great escape.
There's just no way that was the intention.
No. A little bit of a misclick. And an uh-oh. And that's all the utility gun from the Jets. So Myth is going to have to bet on the guns.
Only this range, and with a Guardian, honestly, pretty good bet. How one-dimensional this attack is, though, for Trent. They are all in one area, only now starting to decide maybe this isn't the right game plan for them, but not that it's been a problem. They have given up a bunch of map control. They're going to have to take some time to re-clear, and with 45 seconds left, they're going to have to do it pretty quickly.
Fortunately enough for Trent, HCC doesn't have the same tendencies to get aggressive on their defensive side, so they won't be met with contact. This is going to be a very comfortable rotation over towards B, where they just have one tripwire and one camera to worry about. The 2 members that were at B are still going to possibly have a chance at stopping this one, but it is going to have to be from range through mid. So the rotation's back in. Meow Meow going to look to cut this one off. The spike goes down, but Meow Meow, she'll open up with a pick. Quickly traded out by I Let Them Fly. Beat Rash working this flank is going to be caught by Zamu. Ghost going to better the kill in that scenario. And now for the retake with numbers. No ultimates for HCC. It's too early for that, but they should feel good with this one. Let them fly. Still looking to put the Sheriff to work, but now they know, and looks like they're going to look to clear this angle. Swinging with the Vandal. Not going to cut him down just yet, but the rotations, the retake still getting worked on. Trex, the only one alive. Luker heads up play to turn around and watch it with the Guardian. Time for the defuse. 1 second, 1.5 seconds left. HCC go 3-0 up.
Down to the wire, but I like that the Hawks were just taking their time. They were methodical about that, tossing some utility. They had first the Fade had some util coming back towards the back of the site there, and once they isolated each of the fights, they collapsed. It was so difficult for Trent to even find a trade frag, much less anything further. It's just a matter of if they won the fights, and if they didn't, well, game over. Set up the same way. Trent. This is something I think that was a pretty big weakness for Trent on their attack for Lotus as well, Seymour, is that they do play in a death ball.
They don't really set up in too many defaults. Got to see that on Lotus, but it did work out for them sometimes. Myth, though, making it even more difficult with a lot of these First Bloods. The Vandal this time instead of the Guardian is going to pay off. Yoko and Leg starting to combine for 2 through mid, and Trent have been destroyed in this round. Just a Thrifty, so it's not the most surprising deal, but not a whole lot to take away from if you're Trent.
I was vibing. I was jamming. I love the music. Fantastic. I know it's been here forever.
They always crush it. It's been a while since it came out, but they always crush it.
Yeah. Anyway, my fandom aside, 4-0 scoreline. Walking into this one, I Let Them Fly is going to pull out the Blade Storm. Just going to keep the econ a little bit better. Only has a shorty in hand. Had the opportunity to, you know, get a little bit more money spent the last round and maybe pull something off. It didn't work out, but it's okay.
Very much
This is a
okay.
position they have not actually taken a lot of space in before. So, pick up some space here in elbow.
Trent, these early rounds might not work in their favor, but don't just do one thing all the time. Down to 3 knives for a Let Them Fly. That's not going to stop them. They're still walking up. But look at this call for Yoko. Start working in through mid. Leg. Going to be spotted. Yoko there for the trade. And normal damage caused. Yoko and Zamu actually open up with 2. And Trex has the operator to catch Meow Meow. That's going to be the Cypher utility. Gone at B.
Toxins going up.
Here comes the wall for the cross. Yoko might look to walk on through, just listening for this plant. And yeah, Yoko's going to shut that down.
B. Last player standing.
Zamu was on the flank the whole time. Trax has so many angles to try and work with here. Good decision to rendezvous out of the way,
30
but
seconds left.
Trent, they had everything going right. The early picks, and it all comes to fruition towards the B site, but Yoko ends it all just walking through the toxic screen.
Trex just wants to carry this operator into the next round. It looks like they will have that opportunity, but I mean, what could have been inside of this round? Potential for Trex, or for Trent. Just a masterful play from Yoko and Zamu to find these opportunities and to really catch some of these, catch some of these individuals for Trent. Unexpected. And a lot of this will come down to a player that we couldn't stop talking about back in map 1, keeping Trent above water. Beat Rash has not really been here on Breeze. 0-5 start to this map. A player that I wasn't expecting to say has to pick it up for this team to potentially turn it around.
Yeah, it's still very early, but it doesn't feel great when you're seeing that, especially with how dominant they were in some of those rounds back on Lotus. But either way, oh, a shot! Let them fly.
GC down a player. This is something that Trent haven't really dealt with just yet. Meow Meow is going to actually catch the Let Him Fly in the Ripwire too for Meow Meow, and Myth is just blocking them all off. So lovely tag team out of HCC has stumped them. And take a look at the map control now from Yoku. The full flank quickly starting to come to fruition. Zamu playing through elbow. Glitch is so unsuspecting of this situation, and Trix is going to be caught off guard. All down to Glitch. He's going to be able to catch out one. Knows where Yoko is. It's 2 for Glitch. Glitch brings it back. I might be ready to eat my words, Vincent. Love this call for the neural theft. Is going to show exactly where Myth Lunar is, and now Glitch can start working into this site for the 1v4 clutch. Glitch, the 1v1. Lunar has repositioned all the way around. Glitch is going to go for the kill. Spots the head, and Glitch. A 1v4 for Trent to finally put a round on the board.
I thought it was done. I thought it was over, but Glitch, they've done it. And just such a brutal way for the Hawks as well. They just took 1v1 after 1v1. Mistakes were made. And gotta just give the credit over to Glitch, who, using all of the tools at their disposal, whether that be the cages, neural theft,
This goes here.
everything was there. Just getting the first little information there on elbow, and then isolating
play?
one
Let's
after
play.
another. The Hawks will feel that one. They'll feel it probably for the entirety of the rest of this map. Mistakes were indeed made.
Another round that HCC Hawks are going to walk away from and think, man, we should have won that.
There's not checking. I Let Them Fly. Doesn't check for Myth in the corner. All the way through, and
Another easy escape with the tailwinds.
And I think the worst part about that is that there was an owl drone early on, and they still think, Trent still think that Myth is here.
Well, Trex is going to be able to trade it finally with the Tour de Force. Trex has always been available for the retrade, but look at this from Zamu. Lovely. Sonar is going to give it all away, and Zamu sprays down, denies the spike plants, leaving Trent Excalibur in a 2 versus 4. They have ultimates to work with. The Tour de Force is still active, but now the Neural Theft has given away the positions. Beat Rash is stuck out in the open, and it's all down to Trex with this ultimate to make some magic happen once again for Trent. If HCC Hawks have learned anything from the last round, you can already see the passive play to not give any picks away for free.
I mean, whoever's leading in this Hawk squad, they are yelling, "Don't peek!" right now. Understandably so. The confirmation. Honestly, I don't even think it's worth it to hunt Trent down. Like, Trex has a Tour de Force. That didn't come into the next round. I don't know what weaponry they have otherwise, but doesn't matter. They have none. It'll be the respawn. Trent picking up a massive win off the back of Glitch, doing the impossible, a 1v4 clutch, but it's the next round that things falter once again, and I'm getting a little deja vu. I mean, this is very similar, not quite as explosive, dominant. There's plenty of words, but it's just not quite what it was back on Lotus for the Hawks, but scoreline is about the same.
These close-ups are exceptional every single time, Vincent.
It's a lot of eyeshadow.
You know what? But it works.
That it does.
I like the, I don't know what to call on the nose. But it reminds me of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what to call. I mean, is it?
You're not going to know. You're not going to know.
I don't know. No, I don't. I agree.
I don't expect you to know.
Well, at the moment, it is currently free real estate for the Hawks.
It is. Rent-free in the minds of Trent Excalibur on Breeze. A team that, I highlighted at the start. When you look at the map set and you see Breeze coming in as the map choice of this team, you expect them to have a strategy and idea. I don't really think I have seen anything too deep from this team when it comes down to breaking through HCC Hawks' defense. It has been very one-dimensional attacks to these sites.
Yeah, they have a kind of a start to the plan, right? Especially knowing what bit of utility they want to put together, but the second part of that isn't there.
If anything goes wrong, they don't know what to change up, and a lot of the time when it does lead astray, it's off of these first bloods. Luckily, Trex is going to be in a perfect position to catch Zamu rotating.
Yeah. Trex might be the one to find the victory here in this one, especially with the way that they can start to cut things off. Everybody grouped up for elbow. The A site, obviously unknown to Trent, but open for the moment.
Trex is going to find another into the round with a Vandal recovered.
There.
Leg to fall there.
30 seconds left.
Now you know the middle map has been breached by this team. But again, Trent, they're all grouped up here. They're going to rotate this to A. They're looking
right
at
play.
Yoko. Maybe shut this one down. Escapes with a kill. Now looking for the Haunt to get a little bit more information, but Gaming Power is taken to the skies, and that's opened up an opportunity for Beat Rash to bring this into a 3v2. Plant goes down. Myth looking to beat them out on some of these angles, but now they've given it away. The shot still hit. It's a 2v2, and take a look at this. They're going to hit this one together. Split all the attention over towards Myth, but Trex isn't going to bait for this one. Myth not going to check the corner, but still brings this into a 1v1. Trex so low on health. Myth full in both armor and HP. Rotations around. Trex has gone unaware from this one. And Myth wasn't ready for the fight. Trex with a 4K. Another heroic moment for Trent.
And there we go. It's one after another. Somebody has to pick up the pieces often for Trent, but man, when they do, is it beautiful to see Trek's outstanding start, finding that opening out towards mid. And again, whoever made the mid-round call there for Trent, oh, I love it. Getting the idea, especially after catching one of the rotations from mid up towards Nest. They find themselves with an open A site. A bit dicey towards the end, but the round win is all that matters as the Blade Storm gets activated. The Hawks this time. Stick around. Currently have those blades posted out to the A site. Mid control up for Trent Excalibur Blue.
Are going to break into A through these gates. No split.
Haven't really seen them here before.
No, it's not going to be a split either. It's just all in for this moment. Myth just jumping and tapping here with these plays. Nothing's going to land just yet. Still has 4 knives, and that recon is giving away all the information. Samu traded into a 4 versus 4, and no progression into A made by Trent just yet.
Yeah, but now a bladeless Myth.
Look at Yoko. Yoko's going to be able to possibly find a little bit more here, but the shot's just not hitting. I like this call from Yoko to just disengage from it. Not give up your life.
Yeah, important, to try and take advantage of that position. Knew they had a timing, but when it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Leg. Oh, almost a chance for Trent there, but Leg gets away.
It's another lucky to be living moment.
Where do you go if you're Trent at this point?
Well, they've seen what they perceive to be 3 people essentially towards the B site, so the adjustment back towards A does make a lot of sense, but they've got a Nightfall to contend with. Not a lot of time left either on the clock.
They're just going to use it right away, deafening these players of Trent as they rotate on to get the spike down. Myth is going to take Glitch out of the equation. It's all down to 3 members for Trent, and even 3 on 3, but the spike planted may give them an edge here. Beat spotted, low on health, still alive somehow. Myth is going to make it. Not the case. They're all down to I let them fly. They have the time in their favor, but not the information. Yoko's just going to swing it while Myth is sticking to the fuse, and fairly easy retake there from Hawks, losing out on members, but always felt like they were in control.
Yeah, I think the Nightfall actually was a great call from Yoko, and played it patiently as well, utilizing all the utility to its best. Only that. Those Prowlers late into the round, giving confirmation on a couple of the locations they already had puzzled out. 7-2. That's confirmation of Hawks picking up their half victory. So we saw last map, that is a guarantee of nothing.
Possibly even less than nothing.
Here we go again. This time it's a more standard look. Little split towards
the
A.
barrel. Gamer Power takes so much damage there, Vincent. Myth is waiting for somebody to walk out, as they have, and unfortunately, shot doesn't hit this time.
It's going to stick around, though. Still has that tailwind. It's been really the saving grace for them in this position time and time again.
Oh, fly. Lucky to live, but they go back for seconds, and that's where they're going to lose their life. This time, Trent, not so much of a death ball, very spread out as they're rotating this one back to B. The camera's going to spot it. That is going to cause some hesitation in the execute from Trent Excalibur, and rightfully so. Yoko makes it a 5v3. Nowhere to go. Not a lot of time to make anything happen.
I mean, the issue is that they were so disjointed to begin with. Once the spike is seen over here at B, they want to rotate out, but now realizing that's really not an option anymore. They'll group back up. The final member joining the fray for Trent. Hunter Shiri, to be fair, on that Sova.
Cage triggered.
Now look at this one. 13 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Yoko
Here.
That's the spike.
off that spike. Glitch is looking to make a play to take some of these guns out of the hands, but will it even really matter with the money that has been acquired by HCC? It doesn't seem like it's so. Trex carrying a Vandal into the next round. Not a bad pickup. It's 8 rounds for HCC Hawks, Vincent. They have a 6-round lead heading into the last 2 of this half. And almost a similar scoreline that we were in back on Lotus. And Trent were able to put 3 rounds together to close out this half. 2 rounds from what we've gained in knowledge from that first map. If they end this with the last 2 rounds going their way, it is not a good place to stop this half. They've brought it back before.
That's true, but there's 2 things that are very different for this map than the last. The first of which is that the Hawks aren't currently reliant on one player going incredibly crazy. But Trent still are.
And Myth and Yoko have been the ones to yet again reapply the pressure that we saw early on back on Lotus, this time leading Breeze together. In the same sense, Tripwire is going to be caught there. Yoko now has full reign of this elbow with the next Prowler going through. Yoko just still getting the information, still keeping Trent at arm's length from reaching the site.
Tag down to 1 HP, but the trade of the information and removing some of the confirmation of that utility, Trent, well worth its weight in gold.
I must wait a moment.
Still grouped up. Still Trent are so cramped at the moment. Look at how far forward everyone is.
Look at all the information the Hawks have. They know this isn't an A-hit. They know exactly where Trent are. They're stuck. And the Hawks are ready to play their trap card. Unfortunately, Zamu not able to land those shots, and this is turned all the way around leg. Luckily, going to stop it. Trade in, and it's only 13 seconds. Yoko has still gone unnoticed.
I mean, they're looking for them.
They are, and Glitch is going to be able to get that, but that's all Glitch is going to find because this round is too far gone.
If that's the problem, Glitch so hyper-focused on Yoko's possible position that you kind of lose sight of what's really important, and that's getting the spike down. Everybody was just hoping that they'd be given something, and when given nothing, there was really no plan to be on paper, at least no plan to execute.
No way. Gonna get a double op
Why not?
into a possible double op. No, I let them fly. Drops the operator for Trex and pulls. It gets a Vandal bot for them, but
If there's a map to double op on, this is it.
Get out of my way.
the Blade Storm is actually going to be
You
called
want to
from the
play?
Hawks
Let's play.
early on. Even with this advantage, this is going to be a 2 to force on the side of Trent, alongside the operator that they bought into it.
The Viper's Pit out towards the A site, locking down that area, allowing for rotations already.
Yoko has started with the pick with this operator. Still has beat, almost dead to rights, but the shot's going to whiff, and that's going to be an escape now for Trent to play off of. The Hunter's Fury called in from leg. He knows exactly where to shoot these arrows, but nothing is going to land. That's going to be a chunky one.
Oh,
Chipping away at Trent Excalibur slowly. A Hunter's Fury called the other way around. It doesn't seem like they're finding the same value.
just a little tag on the Myth. But at this point, that is not equivalent, not in the slightest. These ops, they're locking down the angles, but they aren't hitting the shots.
30 seconds left.
And look at this play from Myth. Still tucked away, still unaware. Not going to be ready for it, though, with the gun unscoped. Not able to get the operator in time. Hack it into the play. Meow, meow.
One enemy remaining.
Takes Glitch off the site. Gaming Power going to be caught rotating through mid by Zamu, and it's going to be all into the shoulders once again of Trex in a 1 versus 4, breaking through with the 2 to force, but only with 5 seconds left. There's no time to plant. A 10-2 half for HCC. After what was such a back and forth Lotus, you might have thought you're going to get the same show here on Breeze, but it is not the case.
No, it has not been, and it's all been, well, all is maybe a strong way to put that, but it really has been off the back of Trent not adjusting in this second map. We saw them make some good adjustments on their defensive side on Lotus, but they were getting caught off every single time by staying so grouped up. And it's really interesting as well. how grouped up they wanted to play on their attack, considering they understand, they know what they're doing with regards to map control because they were doing it so well on the defense of Lotus.
Now for the tough part, it seems like for the Hawks, it's their attacking side that fell apart quickly. Back on Lotus. We're hoping to see if they can put this one away quickly with this pistol going their way. Possibility, but I Let Them Fly has other options for this. So the Sheriff can open up with the first blood. Zamu quick to trade it out.
Cage triggered.
To a 4v4, and I'd like to see HCC kind of wait for this flank from Yoko to actually make some presence.
Same time, they can also just wait to get confirmation about where all these players are located. And yeah, Yoko's cleared it out. Yoko knows everybody's rotated to B, and so the call is go back A. The Hawks, they're going to find nobody here, nothing on this site. And so Trent, they get a little bit over-ambitious, over-rotate, and find themselves into a retake with a 4-on-4.
Not going to be easy without the utility already set up. Trex is going to be the first one down. Zamu wasn't expecting that swing, but still going to do a considerable amount of damage. Flank coming in as well from Beat Rash, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be all the way around. They're going to go up the rope, make a lot of noise, and Yoko is waiting in a corner. Easy cleanups coming out from HCC as Trent get cut down one by one. And this retake out into a 2 versus 4. Not a lot more to play with inside of this pistol round. Just has to go to the guns, and Glitch may have just brought this one back. They're going to fight their way through, but Yoko has repositioned, and it's going to pay off. 1v1. No time, Vincent. Everybody dies, and the round goes to HCC.
Yoko is just the MVP of that round. Big time. They did such a great job just catching the timings and hearing the rotations. Here's the first rotation, starts to get a little bit interested and maybe a bit suspicious. And when the confirmation comes through that everybody has made their way off of A, they just call for the rotates. Hey, y'all, we have nobody here. And then closes it out with a couple of nice shots. Coming in from the flank, from double door. It's all coming up Yoko.
I love that call. All coming up Yoko in this round. Now a chance to put it away. Zamu is going to lead the charge to B. The tripwire still active, but Myth is going to go up and over onto the site with the updraft tailwinds and looking to catch Glitch on the exit with the Spectre. An easy cleanup for 2 to open up this B site for the Spike. He gets stuck in the ground.
One trip, buddy. Myth doesn't know about it. Not a clue.
When you can fly. Who worries about a tripwire?
That's right. Gotta put those up in the air if you want to catch Myth.
Deal with the Spectre. To be better at range. There is no chance for Trent to win this out. HCC Hawks going up to match point on Breeze with a very convincing map so far. A lot different than what we saw back on map 1, Vincent, and I am impressed. The way that some of these players have turned it around. It's not just the Zamu show anymore, and it's not like Zamu has been having a bad game. It's just he doesn't have to have an over-the-top game.
It's a bit wild when you compare and contrast what we saw in Lotus and like what it took Zamu doing for HCC to win, and now what we're looking at here. But I think it's fair to say when you see a more complete picture of what these Hawks actually are like, I think they are showing why they are currently undefeated. We run it back. The Hawks, they're going to keep it simple, and I don't blame them. They head out, find themselves a position, and that is just not going to do it.
This is it. The Outlaws out for I Let Them Fly. 2 shots. Going to confirm a kill into Zamu, but look at the answer back. It's 2 between Myth and Lunar, or Myth, Lunar, and Leg. And Trent have been shut down once again when it matters the most. The Hawks taking flight on Breeze, and it doesn't seem like they're ready to touch down just yet. It's all up to Trex. 10 HP in a dream in a 1v4 with a Spike. Already down for quite a long time.
Ready.
Seems like it is only a matter of time, Vincent, before this one goes out of the realm of possibility for Trex, and as they turn the corner, leads to kill there onto leg, a consolation towards the end, but this is all done. It is over. HCC Hawks on their way to a 5-0 record here at NECC, and Meow Meow's going to deliver it. Last kill onto Trex makes a 13-2 win on Breeze, and a 2-0 for the night.
Yeah, I think that there's two things that really, I think, showing how impressive HCC were on that second map. The first is just how everyone was delivering, right? I mean, we saw a bit of a crazy map one when it came to the individual skills that Zamu was putting together, but Myth showing up big time had a lot more. I think when we see the stats, it's going to be Myth with a lot more of those first bloods that we saw Zamu taking, but it was across the board. Whenever they were just allowing for space, they consistently were winning on the retake. I think that a lot cleaner of a game coming through from the HCC squad.
It really was. And, possibly, school just finished for some of these players, maybe getting their first game of the day in. It took a second to warm up back on Lotus, and luckily you had Zamu to really lead the way back on that first map, because if not, this could be going all the way to split. But it has been a fantastic turnaround for HCC on the second map, and you're right to kind of highlight all of these members. This time it's Myth Lunar leading 19-6 on Breeze as the Jet, the duelist, having a big impact versus Trent Excalibur. And I don't want to take anything away from Trent. That first map, Lotus, it was really scrappy. They put together a really good defense on that map, but inside Breeze, where I expected them to come out with a plan, we didn't really get to see that plan unfold. And Trex had a great two maps, and 12-12 in the second map, not as flashy as that first map, but a really good, consistent showing from Trex on this chamber.
Yeah, I think a very big bright spot. I think there's two players that you see missing there down towards the bottom as well. I don't think that this would have been as dominant of a scoreline if we could have seen, just a little bit of what we were looking at on Lotus from Rash especially. But, you can't win them all. And especially you can't find all of that impact every single time. With that being said, big moments as well. I mean, Glitch had that 1v4. It was a lot to like, but ultimately, I think we come in expecting the Hawks to play well. They do and they don't in that first map. And then they pick it up, put it together towards the end of the second.
Yeah, and, that's not all the action that we're going to be having, Vincent. It's been a really fun time jumping on the desk here for NECC with you. But coming up later, we got Mick and Zobi hopping on to watch over the University of Waterloo Warriors matching up against Texas A&M Maroon from the Legends Yellow A Division. It's going to be a fun one, and everybody should stay tuned and check that one out. We're going to head to a break here for NECC, but we'll see you later with more Valorant.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting things running and going once more. A first game now concluded. A second one after a little bit of a long break, but nonetheless, we will get it to you here today. Joining you tonight is myself, Mick, with Zoe once more. How are you doing today?
I am doing great. We had a very wholesome story earlier with that game about two teams that normally don't get the experience of getting streamed. But now we are jumping over to the Legends division for week 6. But we're back with not only Group Yellow A, Mick, but we're also back with Texas A&M Maroon. But who are they going up against?
They're going up against Waterloo this time around. A different squad, not really the insane kind of predicament we had like last week. I'm expecting maybe, knowing that Waterloo, their record still isn't up in the air, kind of isn't that insane as what we'll see out of Texas A&M. But I mean, even then, last week, we kind of had that same exact relative lineup, I'd say.
Yeah.
But with Texas A&M still taking it to map number 3 and still a little bit of resilience there from Ball State, I mean, maybe this could be the same exact thing for this team because you and I had a lot of closing words for them. So I'm willing to see if they took that to heart or not.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, Tampa Maroon, right, coming out of a CVAL win, like they are, the I guess contender to beat in this group versus, as you mentioned it, Waterloo Warriors. They've had a little bit of a rougher start here. I mean, I don't even want to call it a start since we're into week 6 already, but they haven't been able to get their feet off the ground, and they've been very close to sending it to map 3s against schools like UCF, like Concordia, where they went into overtime and just lost like in a 12-14, which is devastating, and it's got to be hard for the mental. So I appreciate this team and how they are, consistently changing their composition, still trying to figure out what works for them, and they haven't given up on that.
Well, if we're going to talk about Texas A&M, we're going to probably elaborate on them all night. Let's go ahead and take a look at their names, at least, of the roster, because you're going to know them, you're going to love them, you're going to see them, and you're going to maybe see them fragging, maybe not. It comes down to the map. But Joba, Osti, Frosty, Lusueño, Naber, and Thiny are going to be your roster for the likes of Texas A&M, the squad that you've seen before, maybe some different names here and there, because they got fraggers all over the place. And then obviously on the other side of the end, we're going to have Waterloo going ahead and dishing things out for you.
Yep, we got Noble, and we got Bing Schilling stepping out for Lusueño, and, Thieni, so we'll be able to see them. But as you mentioned, their opponent for the Waterloo Warriors Gold are going to be Little D, Havix, Justin, Light, and Phantom. And I was curious to see, which roster they were going to pull out for tonight, because they have been switching out their members as well. So Sky probably taking a back seat on the coaching position tonight. We'll see how that fares. But like I said, we know what Tampa Maroon's strong suits are, and it's been rocky on every map for Waterloo Warriors Gold. So why don't we check out the maps for tonight to see if it can, shed some light here for the Waterloo Warriors and give them a hope of getting this major upset over Texas A&M Maroon, Mick.
Well, I mean, going ahead and looking at this thing, I mean, we're kind of looking at somewhat of a mirror of what we saw at Texas A&M last week. We are going to be seeing the Lotus, and we're going to be seeing the Icebox again. But rather than seeing that bind opener, we're going to be looking at Ascent more so. So something that obviously Texas A&M wanted to switch up a little bit. They still have something relatively familiar, but the Waterloo Warriors are going to be swapping something up right here off the get-go. And by mean swapping up, just swapping another Collegian Special for another Collegian Special, because Ascent just kind of feels a little more standard. But, I mean, it kind of makes sense at the end of the day. I mean, Ascent isn't really all that crazy. Bind is what they want to get right off the board. And after seeing what we saw TMU do to the rest of these teams over the course of the season, we were expecting that Bind pick to be a lot stronger for them. We saw a couple weaknesses that really started to falter through on the second side of the field. But, I mean, they have really picked things up, and they maybe can really come out swinging this week. But to see them on Ascent, I think it's more of a litmus test at this point to say, and teams understand what these guys and what their strong suits are. They're trying to play these map picks a little bit more so to kind of be more neutral rather than actually being favored or specialized would be a better word to put it. But the deciders to big that I'm still looking at, because their last week when they were playing Icebox, we took it to a third map. We kind of were expecting, okay, maybe this could be close, but we kind of had that behind the scenes gamble going on of, I'm thinking it's going to be a 13-4, and it didn't even get there, quite frankly. Ended at a 13-3 against Ball State. Shows that, I mean, these guys, they're not a joke to be messing around with, but they just had their little periods here and there you can take advantage of to say maybe they're still sleeping on the wheel.
And as I mentioned, I feel like the Waterloo Warriors Gold are specifically well catered to this, I guess, long drawn out battle, because they're used to trying to go the distance here, fighting it over time for their matches here and NECC Legends Division. And I'm hoping that it'll be a different story. I do think that we are going to have to go to map 3 if the Waterloo Warriors want a chance here, but we'll get to see if that truly is the case. Now, let's go back to Ascent, because even though it's not my favorite map to cast, I am interested in analyzing the Waterloo Warriors Gold composition and what they run. Just because they have been switching it up from week to week with players coming in and out with them, trying to figure out what works for them. Their most recent has sadly been the meta composition, but they have also pulled out, the double duelist with the Phoenix Jet and the double Sentinel with the KJ Sage. So I'm hoping and praying that we get to see something spicy out of them in terms of one of those alternatives. But who knows? On the other side of things, though, Mick, we really haven't seen a scent either from Tamamaru, ironically.
And I think, I mean, that honestly just kind of plays more so to what their team does and showing how the Matt Vitas mean, because a lot of these games over the course of the season have been a 2-0 for them, so they haven't really had to mess around too much. These past couple weeks is when they've really started to see these kind of trivial maps start to come their way, actually kind of treat them a little bit with respect. But knowing that, I mean, as you mentioned, Waterloo Warriors, looking at their 1-3 record, obviously, I mean, no offense to them, but it's just how it goes. When you're not looking too hot and your record isn't looking all that great, you're going to be experimenting. You're saying we kind of are at this point where we have nothing to lose, and we're sitting in these last couple of weeks of the regular season to where we just don't have much real leeway to be messing with here. So you got to tighten it up. You got to find something that works. And sure, it may be a panic button to kind of press and try some of these things, but you never know what kind of diamond can be made under this pressure. So, I mean, all credit to them. I think anything is still going to be open up in the air today for them, so long as they can just make sure to hit those shots, because the compositions for what we've seen last week or the past couple, I'd say, I mean, the game doesn't get all that crazy realistically. We like to see some things that are maybe interesting here and there, but the game's still the same thing regardless of how you really play it.
You know, and I'm also interested to see, how the Texas A&M Maroon substitutions here, Sueño and Thieni stepping back in for Noble and Bring Chili, unless there's some name changes there, which, always happens in Valorant. Maybe it would be the same person, but that can also disrupt the chemistry, the protocols that you have kind of planned out. And that could also be something that we see Waterloo Warriors Gold take advantage of.
Yeah, I think honestly, I mean, with Texas A&M, that's going to be one of their kind of smaller holes, I'd say, all things considered, knowing what this team has offered thus far. I think really, I'm just putting the ball in the Warriors' court here to start things off with. I really want to see them just make sure to kind of go ahead, throw a wrench in the plans of Texas A&M early on, because I mean, this team at this stage of the season really has nothing to lose, quite frankly, just because, well, they're already up there, they're at the top seeds, and we don't really see them faltering any much. So this is that kind of point in the season where they've already guaranteed themselves so much leeway and so much insurance. They can start to mess things around a little bit. It's getting closer to playoffs. They can also kind of strut high to a certain degree and just go for these different compositions that are saying, while we are experimenting, we're simultaneously just kind of holding back what we know for a fact works for us. And while we iron out some kinks here and there, we don't want to show that these upper level teams that we know we're probably going to be running into fairly late in playoffs, so we don't want to really give that up too much for free.
No, I completely agree. It is a common strategy when you get later into these leagues that you're kind of headed to that land where you don't want to reveal strategies that you don't have to. I mean, Tamamaru already decided to play best of fives for CVAL. Their cards are laying out on the table already to some degree, and they are getting new players in to kind of mix things up. They don't want to reveal that either. But we will say, as we get ready to jump into Agent Select here very soon, that Waterloo Warriors will be starting out on the attack, and Tamamaru will be starting out on the defense. So, Ascent, right? It is seen typically as more defense-sided with those mirror meta compositions. If we do see the mirror meta compositions, which sadly is what I'm expecting to see, what can Waterloo Warriors Gold do to, I guess, get that first point on the board? As you said, the ball will be in their court to start with if they want to stage an upset here against Tamamaru.
I really want to put some emphasis on, I mean, just the team putting pressure on Texas A&M, because, I mean, what we saw from last week, they're very good at their retakes. They really know how to just kind of slow things down and say, okay, now we know how to go from 0 to 60 to 0 to 60. They really just kind of press that back and forth. And I mean, they open up the map a lot because of it. They create that breathing room for themselves, take their breath, just as any pair of lungs would, and go in and out, in and out. But I think, honestly, what the Warriors have to do is they really have to go ahead and exert this on that defensive side, make sure that attack is very oppressive and pushes back into that spawn. Make sure to lock these guys off. Get a couple picks when they're trying to set something up, because you're not only going to have numbers on that site, but you're going to have them in their spawn as well when they're waiting for the rotates.
And we do get the resurgence of that double sentinel as we get a first look at the agent select here for these two squads. I mean, Tamamaru, a more rehearsed team, obviously going to go for that meta composition. But, I mean, it's interesting, right? Little D, they're the one that's been flexing from this Phoenix to this stage. So I'm hoping they'll be able to find some stability here. In addition, right? I mean, Justin and Triller, I guess Curdy, they've been also being those players that switch between the KJ and the Omen, trying to figure out what works best for them. So it's nice to see, finally a repeat composition, I guess, so we can figure out what will in fact work for them here. But Mick, we're already getting into the action here, and as we said, Waterloo Warriors Gold on the attack, and they might be running into this crossfire here once the alarm bot makes contact.
Oh, they're most definitely ready for it. I mean, you already see the flashes prep. You already see the double stack on the top of that back spawn, but even then, more so the ice wall already coming up and locking things up towards that middle of the map, just creating an absolute fiddle for the team and locking up that middle map for them to take full composition of this B site. Just lock it down, create this kind of border that you can play off of, and then put some extra pressure back towards that spawn to create these guys in a suffocating environment. But they just don't really find much out of it, with already Tiny able to go ahead, find a couple of these players, get those lock-offs, and then find once more the player advantage to clear out that first round here for Texas A&M. So while a rocky little start, I'd say, for them, is something they probably weren't expecting, well, the guns and the adaptation was there just instantaneously.
Thanks.
No, I do completely understand the gambles that were being taken by Havoc, being taken by Curdy there to get aggressive, to try and stop that kind of flood style retake, since we said that Tam and Maroon is confident in those retakes, especially on a pistol where everything is on even footing. But I mean, Theani, just the hero play, that 3K alone is, as you put it, was very suffocating. Then they definitely ran out of air sooner rather than later. So first round in favor of Tamu Maroon. Standard by coming through here. My only, I guess, question mark is this judge. So I am a little bit concerned when I see them headed towards the A site, which is where this judge is kind of hanging out. But we'll see if it gets its day of reckoning.
Well, the judge may be a great idea, depending on where you go on the map. The one that is still kind of outlined to me is going to be that outlaw that we saw.
We Stinger Force.
A little bit of a interesting buy nonetheless already from the Warriors, and it may be able to pay off. But once again, this expectation, but better yet, the surprise, is once more an even better thing to really find a result from, because already Havoc is running over the entire team, creating that pressure that's necessary. While the barrier orb goes exactly where the door would and not going up towards heaven, you still want to go ahead and at least get something down, some kind of insurance, some kind of extra net there. And already you're finding that right back at the enemy spawn as Texas A&M are already down to a singular player on the secondary round. It seems like unless we can get a massive clutch coming through from the Sova and Tiny, he found 3 in the last one, but he's not going to find anything in this one.
I know the counter Sova lights edit here. Gonna be like, I can get those frags as well. And it really is, you know, high risk, high reward when you force up those stingers, and them being able to shut down that judge from this venue as easily as they did definitely paved the way into that A site. And I mean, getting the Bulldog into your arsenal that early on as well, and using that to provide forward pressure so you can't have a retake attempt, all of it just beautifully coordinated. So now suddenly the ones on the off foot are going to be Texas A&M Maroon here, a Bucky, a Marshall, even a Shorty here for Joba, trying to, you know, bait off of the Sova contact from Theani here. B main, but where's gold? They were expecting some sort of eco play push, some form of aggression. So they're playing a little bit more default, a little bit more patient, waiting for the contact to come to them.
Yeah, definitely holding back now at the stage of the game, Anderson. And I mean, the Warriors, they are bringing some weird, unorthodox plans here onto the field of Ascent. And quite frankly, from our perspective at least, when there's no stakes at hand, we love to see it. Love to see these differentials, love to see the different game plans coming our way, but problem is, sometimes that surprise only plays for one side of the field, and on the attacking end, when you find a force, that's a lot more investment, but it's also a lot better when you see that it actually found its success. Unlike that kind of surprise shorty push that's going to come through right towards B main, not finding any success because the Warriors Gold are still sitting in a flawless round so far, and they're looking to replicate what they did in the last one.
I know that lineup, very unfortunate there. As we said, Theani was supposed to be the bait. The Shorty doesn't get a frag, and now with the turret and lights edit adding to their tallies, Sueño, Bucky trying to bait players into the fight, and Curdy with the running gun is superior, and that flawless sight take remains a flawless round finish to reclaim the lead. A stark turn around here, and I mean at 6-1, you already have the Hunter Fury online too.
Yeah, I mean, that's another big thing I was looking at. It's going to be these ultimates, because, I mean, you mentioned Lil D being the replacement on that Phoenix, now going over onto the Sage. Looking at these fraggers, sometimes you do want to put your fraggers on a Sage, as crazy as it may sound. If you have a more passive Phoenix who already uses his walls and his fireball and his hot hands to heal himself, a Sage could do that same exact thing for themselves, but they can do it a little bit better, because obviously if they're fragging, they're getting a lot of resurrections on the field, which causes some very, very good sustainable eco for your entire team, because you're not really dropping guns like anybody else. You always have something available for you. But speaking of availability, the Hunter's Fury you mentioned already is coming underway. It's looking for impact on the site. It doesn't find much, but hey, it's at least good to know that it's been out there, and well, those angles you shot, nobody's there.
You know, great zoning impact allows him now to take this site to challenge Joba backside in a 1-for-1 trade, and that weapon collected is pretty fair when you know you're on this bonus. I am interested in the late round impact of Curdy still on this barrier wall, but looks like it's going to expire sooner rather than later. And I mean, Lil D's going to take all of the action here so far, and long range Spectre a little bit worse for Ware here.
Remaining.
And I mean, you said it, Lil D. Sages like to frag, and that 3K sends Austy Frosty running. A heavy investment from the operator, not wanting to get handed over here, but hunting party is out. Mick, will they find them in time?
There's a good bit of time still on the field, so I mean, obviously you're expecting this to come their way. I mean, that shutdown and retake was shut down almost immediately. So considering that you get all the time in the world to go on this hunting party, and even then you haven't really invested too much in these past couple rounds of once again another round where you don't really have the full rifles and you still manage to get something because you understand the angles that are successful for you, it's just well played. But even then, a massive closure there from Light Edits, able to close things out, find another round, not only for the Warriors, but find a round where you've wiped everybody off the field. Slate cleaned out for Texas A&M, where they're once again in a situation where they're having to go onto an eco. So that's the fun game that we're seeing of the Warriors here, is they're not just really building their economy, they're taking these slow and steady upgrades like they're playing an RPG, and meanwhile Texas A&M, they're just robbing their corpses on a round-to-round basis to really just sustain their economy and show that even on a round like this, they're a couple of the players holding on to 6K, which they can subsidize for someone else. So once again, another good push coming through, but they got to expect somebody in these corners. They got to play it a little unorthodox. They got to be a little annoying, like these pesky mosquitoes in your face. And, well, better yet, by being in your face, we could also be on site. They managed to do that just as well.
Yeah, but the Annie still, nope, biting, searching for that perfect frag, and they will be delivered upon it. But with the Swarm Grenade shredding, they're only able to secure one more, but damage done. We're equated 3-on-3, and it's going to be the Grim Wall to hopefully keep this round in favor of the Warriors. And Svenyo, again, in the clutch situation. Again, only a Bucky to their name. Ulting instead for the classic here. Maybe we could get the Deagle upgrade to hit some nasty shots like we saw Thieni do to make this even a feasible round. But there's so much utility on the side of Waterloo Warriors Gold. I don't see what they can do other than play for some exit frags.
That's really it. I mean, you're just trying to die here for the sake of money, knowing things aren't really going in your way. Every single kill in the meantime is going to work out for you, but problem is you don't find anything. So those two players that were knocked down is all you're really going to be able to kind of compensate for. And knowing going into the next round, the Warriors just up 4-1 inside of this map thus far of Ascent. It's been nothing but an absolute just spectacular showing for them to see what they've been able to manage. I mean, the way they've been playing these eco rounds, because keep in mind they played like 2 or 3 of them just going over and over and over again off the back of a singular force and showing it was flawless. It kind of gave them this perspective to say, well, we have nothing really left to lose at this point. Obviously, we want to drop these guns eventually, so we can just kind of run it down, speed up the game more and more and more to the point where Texas A&M don't quite frankly know how to react to it. But I feel it's going to be the first round with the 4 rifles across the board where things are going to start to slow down, and Warriors Gold can't really go for their crazy plays anymore. If there's a time to step up, this is when Maroon has to do it.
Completely agree. I mean, once you get the Operator and the Odin online in conjunction, that's when you expect the pieces to fall into place. But, I mean, that's one way to get it started simultaneously. First Bloods on both fronts. Joba following it up here too, so definitely delivering what you were asking for in that regard, Mick. And this is one of the reasons why I don't want to say I hate Ascent, but once this Operator and this Odin are online together, you're basically picking your poison, and it's so hard to tie rounds together on your attack. So these 4 rounds that they got early on are definitely going to be tested here for the Waterloo Warriors Gold. And I mean, even Curdy, Rim, they're considering saving, I think, at this point. I mean, a lot of time left, so maybe they'll go for a plant, but I mean, they still have a player on site and Nabber in the back pocket of Tree.
You still have Spike, so maybe if you get that singular kill, you can at least get it down, maybe find that extra money. The problem is Laswinga is not even going to give you that chance. You mentioned the kind of the static feel of Ascent that we see over and over again, and I mean, it gets to that point where now the well of surprise has kind of run dry, and we're right back to the game of expectations. I mean, we're just looking at these lineups, understanding and respecting the economy, and saying we can't really mess around with that anymore. We don't have this leeway. We have to just play the game as it's expected to be, and I mean, that's when Texas A&M starting to finally get to that kind of entire mind game where they understand what you're going to be going for. They understand the avenues you're going to be lining up on, and they understand what kind of shots are going to be made. The only real thing we could see as a switch up is, keep in mind, maybe EG's kind of lineup. We saw the double Odin coming back towards that panel, and already with the operator lineup and the Odin coming across the way, shooting through those walls, it looks like they're trying to replicate this to some degree on the side of the Warriors, but even then, not finding nearly as much success. Instead, still just getting run through by the Warriors because they just don't quite frankly care about the space you try to create.
Oh, I mean, Havoc's that operator investment last round did rear its ugly head in terms of the buy. Now, I mean, Bladestorm getting taken offline as well from that 0 point, but it shows no effects in their frag ability. Their lethalness as they catch Sovok are trying to use utility. They almost catch Lusueño, but with 48 HP and no shield, I mean, I respect this decision to grab the operator and run for the hills. I mean, 1v2 would have been feasible, but with this much utility for light edits online and that Odin, like we said, lethal and a great counter, I mean, it'll be 5-2. You still got rounds to work with to end on a 7-5 or a 6-6.
It most definitely will. I think, honestly, Texas A&M are just kind of chalking up not this entire half, but at least a couple of these rounds, because they understand what the game gets to a point where they're going to be on the attacking side. They don't nearly have as much concerns because their post-plant game from what we saw last week is just astronomical, but they don't really give up too much, knowing that operators can be a core plan to hold down the middle of the map, because when you bring out these surprise plays I mentioned, I mean, that place is going to be critical to it. You're expecting these pushes from these main areas. You want to make sure you don't really get wrapped around from any kind of alternative angle. So having that operator online is going to be very critical to them. But I mean, already looking at Texas A&M, they've also been going ahead and holding on all their ultimates as well. They're not flooding in one by one. They're looking for the opportunity to say, can this round completely mess up the Warriors? And I don't really think it matters at the end of the day. Sure, the economy can be terrible for them, but still, when these guns are bad, that's when the Warriors really start to shine, because they get to these kind of like cornered animal states where they just get that much more ferocious because they know that their guns really don't matter, and their lives as a result don't matter as much either.
I am concerned, and I hope that we don't see Tam and Maroon dump all these ultimates into the same round, because if they do, then, I mean, there's still like 2 more rounds, and Warriors Gold has the advantage before this side swap. But regardless of the Killjoy lockdown being brought online, I want to see it used as a fake somewhere here to pave the way, because for the start of this run at least, the Waterloo Warriors look a little bit lost, unsure of where they want to go. We see kind of the semblance of a setup for an A split here, and the Killjoy obviously lurking, trying to fizzle out that pressure, or that faux pressure from Danny's recon utility into tiles. And with that 0 point, they don't even want to follow through on the A execution. They're trying to get backdoor options to the B site through mid.
You really can't blame them. I mean, with how fast and how aggressive these Warriors have been so far, you're looking for these kind of different ways to
nice
really
shot.
push onto a site, but they just don't expect Aussie Frosty in the back of that A site, ready up towards having to take a free shot. So looking for that rotation, seeing that KJ slip all the way back through the spawn, moving towards the back of the map. This could be a free at least 1 or 2 kills so long as you have the right angle, but already turning away, it doesn't even really matter because the rest of the players are funneling into B, cornering Joba back there, but this is the point where this guy has to go off and go ballistic, but a KJ of their own and the likes of Justin to be able to do that and replicate the same thing.
Oh, they almost get... I really thought Lusueño was going to stop the spike from getting planted, but the beautiful bait, the distraction coming through from Justin there allows Little D to find their footing, allows them to find the frag, and allows the team to find the round. And with 6 on the board, they're sitting pretty for the rest of the half. And, I mean, as you mentioned, all those ultimates used by Tem and Maroon in trade for almost all of them on the board for Waterloo Warriors Gold showcases how now I do think that they're going to end with an advantage in this half, Mick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely with you here. I mean, these rounds, they're just all over the place where the Warriors, they just had this mentality where they just don't care. Obviously, they care about the results of the game, but how they go for the approaches, they don't want to kind of go for your traditional low and slow. They just find themselves different ways of approaching a problem, and it's just shown in so many different aspects in this game thus far. So we can see exactly how this goes, not only to find yourself a guaranteed half, but how to make sure to give yourself a guaranteed advantage, or better yet, just a cherry on top towards the end with so much damage already done. A nice little nano swarm being thrown towards that door, and just capitalizing up the damage that's there. It's just these small little nano mistakes that are just kind of adding up here and just kind of spelling Texas A&M's doom. But already as it sounds, it's not as bad as it could be, with some approaches being made, some distance being closed. You do see a retake coming their way. It's a 4v5, not everything in the world available for it, but even then, if a shot could be made by Joba, that could have been an avenue taken, but already it just comes out of Aussie. Frosty with that Blazestorm in hand. Naber and Thiny just doing everything on site. And with a swift cleanup once more by Thiny getting a 3K, it shows that, well, that's another round here for Texas A&M, but they're still only sitting at half of what the Warriors have put on the board.
I feel like that round was just a display of the Waterloo Warriors gold, feeling a little bit too comfortable. Like, yes, they understood that it was an eco round for Tam and Maroon. They take the site very effectively. But those two players that were tucked away in A main, I wanted to see a little bit more reserve from them. I mean, you have these powerful kind of bailout ultimates like the lockdown, like the resurrection, that were tucked away safely, and instead they swing the player's heaven, specifically Thieni, who did have that hero rifle. And I mean, you see the outcome, the round going in favor of Tamu Maroon. You're still sitting on 4 ultimates, so we'll see what happens when they bring them back to the A site, when they try to remedy the mistakes we just saw get made. I'm hopeful they're listening in to what I just mentioned, and I mean, time will tell.
You can just tell off the rip of every single one of these rounds, they want to give this space up. They want to let these guys take these sites. They don't want to let them overwhelm these guys on these sites and around these corners. But what they would rather do is kind of find a way to find these trades, go for the retakes. But that's whenever we see the Warriors look disgusting, because they hold these close angles extremely efficiently. Is those long angle lineups that they really start to show that, okay, Texas A&M, these angles start to go in their direction. To where if we're in a map like Breeze, I feel like the Warriors are looking at maybe a 0 to 9 start. But considering they're using all these angles so efficiently, this is where they can really excel. Just time and time again, just by kind of rolling the dice and going with the game plan given.
Your duty is not over.
And there it is, the resurrection coming online, but that close angle is still being held. Napper just doubles down on their frags. Purdy, though, could be the bailout in this round, could be the difference maker. I need them to maintain this A main pressure, but with them swinging one after another, Napper's now on par for an ace, and cat's out of the bag for Curdy. Fortunately, they do have the from the shadow, so I don't really like them hunting for frags there when they could have run the B site, could have tried to get a plant and play the post plant, but regardless, the round is over. You look at the past and gauge the mistakes moving on, and I mean, I think I cast a curse the Mick. I'm like, I see very easily in their cards this advantage, and now we're looking at a 6-4, and all those ultimates that I was leaning into, they're favoring them, are gone.
I mean, just using a 1x1x1, I mean, you really can't blame the Warriors, but I mean, one of them that are really questionable is where you see a player that has died in a killable angle, you go ahead and resurrect it with no sort of coverage, or knowing that player's gonna be dead. Never got a 4K off that, 2 of which are both on the same exact player. So, I mean, that's still ultimate ticks at the end of the day. It doesn't invalidate it, but one thing that could be invalidated very early on is that avenue pressure out of an operator, with already a singular player getting mailed down, and Thiny being the MVP once more, the multi-kill man. Here for the side of Texas A&M Maroon, we see once more already a 2K, maybe a 3K underway, but when you look at only 2 players remaining on the side of the Warriors, they're going to take this slow and steady and just go somewhere else completely different with that from the shadows.
So A site secured, Light Edit's in a position to cause harm on these rotations, and the Odins deliver. So Naber, recognizing that Light Edit is going to be late to the party, shows them no mind, no caution. They want to focus heavily here on to Purdy to get that early frag. That 1v1 is going to be won outright, and thank you so much, Waterloo Warriors Gold, for at least securing that 7th year, so that I am not a liar in that regard. But that's the kind of impact I wanted to see from the Shadows, Mick, the previous round, and they just delivered a little bit belated, so I'm okay with that.
I mean, that was purely off the back, though, I gotta say, of Light Edits. I mean, considering that we saw that 2K from the Odin, just kind of the unexpected lurking player around on that B side of the map, no rotation even queued yet. Just saying, that's a player on an island. It's okay. I'm going to trust my Omen to be that fragger. I'm trusting this guy to act like a duelist in any other matchup. But already just securing that and then having the Odin still in hand just to kind of spray things down and turn that wall into paper mache. But one big fight is going to be right here off the get-go. These KJ differentials have been insane. Joba hasn't really showed up in the same respect we've seen him over previous weeks, but Justin has been filling those shoes appropriately and has just been a big factor just on a consistent basis.
Placing swamp grenade.
No, I mean, A-site deserted. Rotation's coming in from Tamu Maroon, but I mean, Justin with this utility and those early frags has essentially terraformed it with this Killjoy utility, with this spray down from Hell, and Little D has their back covered as well from main. Surprise, Theandy's able to skip and pop away. And now, I mean, a 4v2 situation. Purdy still playing on the aggressive, and there it goes. One frag after another, they hunt down Aussie Frosty in an 8-4 half on their map pick. On a side, when I said you shouldn't be favored looking at these compositions, and I mean, Mick, they're heading into defense where they have 2 Sentinels, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's just something wild here for the Warriors to go ahead and just find themselves at such an adamant start. But I mean, even in 8-4, doubling the score, Texas A&M. This is a side where, I mean, we're expecting to kind of light things up, obviously. This is the map that every single team's supposed to know to some degree. And you mentioned that Texas A&M hasn't really seen this map show up inside their selections too much over the course of the season. And, well, you better wake up and learn Click, because you're probably going to see it a lot in playoffs. But as it stands so far, you need to make sure to start to figure things out, because we talk about these playbooks, we talk about how they don't want to give up too much. You still want to find a win at the end of the day, so this is a side where you got to do it.
All right, so here comes the trial, the pistol, the chance for Tamu Maroon to right the sinking ship. And we'll see. I mean, aggression from mid early on. We saw this actually from Warriors Gold on their pistol as well, but I mean, that over-aggression is zealousness into BCT is what cost them the round. See if Tamu Maroon makes the same mistake, but for now, I really need to see proper timing from Joba here to cancel out this now divided double-pronged pressure that they have, and so far they haven't been able to be that backstab required. They're able to get one. The Killjoy to finally delivered. 2v3 unfolds, and Havoc wreaks havoc with a clean shot following another, and what started out as Tamu Maroon fighting back in that pistol crumbles underneath their carnage.
Yeah, 3K cleanup, just absolutely showing once more the Warriors Gold. I mean, I'm just kind of more curious to see what they can do with having an advantage, because we saw them force up regardless, win or loss at this point. So I'm curious to see what they do when they actually have the advantage to work with. You can already see Havoc's just kind of capitalizing off that, saying, why not go for a Vandal? What's the worst that could happen? We die and they pick it up anyways. It's probably going to happen regardless. So maybe if I just am the one player to hold on to it, go hunting, get an early Blade Storm on the board, then I can just go ahead and find a way to counteract any kind of weapons they want to do in a further round. But early pressure coming here, right through the middle of the map with that spike in hand. The alarm about to give up that positioning, but even then, Justin, as I mentioned, being that Sentinel, being such a star player on the attacking side, now you're on the side you should be, and let's see what you can make of it.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen how strong these boathouse holds can be. But that was from the Killjoy and Sova from Tamu Maroon's side. We'll see if Warriors Gold can make a replication of it, but we'll have to wait to see if that history writes itself later on, because rotation, the pivot is into this A site through tree. Fortunately, though, they are stalled out, waiting for the barrier wall to break. They don't want to give any indications of their actions until absolutely necessary, which delivers in the form of the 0 point. Lil D not in a position to escape, but they're able to get 2 with the stinger before Aussie Frosty finally shuts them down. So 4v3 on the table, challenging Curdy off of the recon bolt contact, and run and gun can only get you so far when Aussie Frosty's deagle shots are hitting one after another, and they're like, all right, I gotta deliver, but shock darts say, no, you can't.
Absolutely clothesline, but I mean, still, shred of light here. Sueño can't really find the shots there, when with the Warriors Gold closing things up, or at least by starting the round with that 2K. Already starting things off with a stinger, heavy hitting. You get yourself a position where you know you have numbers for the rest of the round. Just play one by one, don't get too crazy with it, and then that's where you kind of saw a couple of those trades being warranted. Still carrying over that Vandal to the next round. And in Ares as well, you're looking for the 2 most expensive guns, those being the opted avenues. and still an opportunity maybe for a round here. As much as I love Havoc's having a gun, and sure, that player went off in that last round or the first one of this half, I think now in a situation where you're running a Vandal, you don't want to overextend. You don't want to give it to the one player who's willing to just kind of throw it into enemy territory where it just can't be recovered by the rest of your team. But still, Texas A&M, the one thing they need to recover is this in game, because it's just not working out too well for them. They opt for a timeout. They're trying to figure out what exactly has slipped away from them, because they didn't call this in the last half.
No, I mean, when it was like 3-1, I had this like thought in my mind. I'm like, this would be really early for a timeout from Tampa Maroon, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. And the fact that it is coming this late when, you know, Waterloo Warriors Gold are already on that double digits, when you are trailing by 6, it's going to be a little bit of a rough patch to find your way out of. And you mentioned Havoc being that here rifle possessor, that sole proprietor. And I feel like if we think about how they performed on the pistol, I don't think it's going to be much of an issue. They have come online in this half, trying to close this map out early. Don't want to give Tamarin the chance to stage a comeback because, as we mentioned, this team is used to, you know, choking at the last few rounds. And we'll see if this timeout gets that, you know, curse revitalized.
Well, with the conclusion of the timeout, with guns in the hands of these A&M players, this is the moment that they have. This is, quite frankly, has to be the start of the end because, well, it's going to be that no matter what. Because either you're looking at a massive string of comeback rounds here for the side of Texas A&M, or you're seeing the Warriors Gold already just going ahead, hitting that number 11. And this kind of point right here is where I talk about where it's so important. Being that 10th round, being that final countdown, already able to go ahead, secure a kill, and pick up a gun off the back of it as well.
That's huge. Now 2 rifles on the table just to getting some very beneficial chip damage as well on this rotation to the A site. That now allows Curdy to get some frags on the board for the team, and with Navar's attention splintered, another frag, and as it settles a 2v3, narrowly favoring Waterloo Warriors Gold. Spiked down. Very precarious position here on Switch. The players as well for Time and Maroon divided. I want to see some collective effort to challenge one at a time, but they have to wait for the Sova utility to recharge to make these assessments as to where the pressure is coming from.
I'm surprised that Texas A&M just didn't take this kind of a straightforward round approach already, going ahead, just pushing these alternative angles where, I mean, the Warriors already know about it, but Job, this is going to be your moment. The guy hasn't really lit up the game much, but able to go ahead, at least find that one kill and get yourself a spike plan as well. A bit of an, I'd say, an awkward start for them, all things considered. Great for them to rebound and bounce back in a round that it was very critical for them, but already, I think off the back of a timeout, going for these alternative plays is going to be a little bit, I just say expected from the side of the Warriors Gold. They've already kind of pulled out these awkward playbooks to start off these halves with. I mean, honestly, it seems like you're just kind of taking a note out of their book, and they're just expecting it at that point. Because you need to be trying for these straight-up angles, looking for these aim duels where you know that you find yourself more successful fights, and just kind of play off the back of that. But with that gun already kind of sitting in towards the back, the Outlaw sitting back towards Puppy, you understand that that's one of those lineups to where, once again, even if the smoke isn't there, you could, quite frankly, just go for it.
Completely. And I like the double, I guess, pressured approach, right? You have the close range judge, the long range outlaw, trying to corral these players into those members of your team that do have weapons here, like Justin, in right outside of Pizza. So they get that frag, they hold down the line, and once again, Texas A&M Maroon forced to fall back onto a plan B. Joba as well, found victim here, trying to get a lurk off, and with this wall in place too, Little D's gonna have early indications, early repivots to challenge this A site take, and this has been the issue. The Sage, I think, has been so hard for Tampa Maroon to adjust with because it gives so much time to pivot around, but you can't pivot around Lusueño if they just are getting frag after frag, and they secure the site single-handedly for now. But they're one lick away from death, so they gotta play really cautious here around this Hunter's Fury. And they're finally, the plan will be secured.
I mean, we just see the Warriors playing the deny game here, just looking for more time, waiting for shots, trying to listen for feet, and getting to a point where you can just say, we've already done the damage necessary for at least one of these players, and that's what Sengu just absolutely just slammed through the floor. And there's not much you can do about that, considering the outlaw damage had already done its part. So with the rest of the team just kind of there, hearing feet stomp around out of a panicking last remaining sole survivor, it just makes an easy cleanup for them to find themselves at 11th. So, I mean, crossing that threshold of flying colors on a round off the back of what you said, not just those guns that are available to them, but even then just making use of the outlaw and the judge, both of them respectively finding at least 1.5 kills in terms of damage. I mean, they're making these economic rounds just look utterly disgusting. And they've proven that not only can they do it on the attacking side, when you have that element of surprise, but on defense, when it's expected, they're still nailing those shots. I mean, this team, regardless of their record, they're showing what they're capable of, at least on a map that we feel like everybody's mastered. These other two will really have to be a testament to something, what we call more of the specialist picks.
You know, I feel like it is definitely every player delivering on the side of Waterloo Warriors Gold. I mean, Light at it's 18-8, and then this half, Havix is the one stepping up here. And I love this kind of play that they're going for around this one way here. A main, and I mean, it's supposed to bait for Curdy, but they were trying to replace the one way. So they're robbed of their life. They're robbed of that A main control. You see a fast pivot trying to come out of the rest of the Warriors, fighting their way back towards this site. Like Lil D, who gets away with a criminal shot and a criminal frag. Even then, I like the spread out of Tamu Maroon. I want to see this wall break so Joba can have their moment to shine, but I mean, it has to come sooner rather than later. The rest of their team is now up against the wall, namely Aussie Frosty in main.
Mentioning Justin over and over again, now being on the defensive side of the field, knowing one of these singular players are, not even being alive now, it just comes out of Lil D, and this is the criminal. This is that convict that we've seen now been in an escaping situation, but already once again is just looking for these swing peaks, can't really get it off. Speaking of not getting out, the Blades are not following up, but Aussie Frosty, having a Guardian available, can manage to get at least a 6 here on the field. So a little bit of an awkward situation considering you don't have much remaining, and it just comes down to that one exact knife and a gun just to kind of find yourself a smaller margin of difference between you and the team who's now sitting at 1 off map point and 1 off just kind of winning it outright, but still creating some breathing air, creating some room, just kind of airing out the map and saying, okay, there's still a chance here. It's going to take a good bit of rounds to get there, but finally shutting down the economy for at least a round, and maybe seeing a Blade Storm being used in retaliation here. Yeah. I mean, it's really just going to come down to these star players and who's going to be the highlight, because Warriors Gold, I feel like everybody's been firing here. I mean, Texas A&M just got to have that star player to step up.
I mean, I feel like for Waterloo Warriors Gold, it hasn't even been all the star players' frag potential. It's been this in-depth playbook, right? We haven't seen an aggressive push out like that on an eco round. Yep. And although it doesn't find anything, it shows what they have and are capable of. And they've set up this early retake strategy as well, having numbers towards this site, but unfortunately, that aggression, and I mean, Joba finally able to perform. There was a sentinel hold down the flank, keeps a lot of control in favor of Tamu Maroon. So you can see the splintering, you can see these players now leaning into, like you said, those hero player qualities to try and take these solo fights. But, I mean, might be too late at this point. Curdy more playing for an exit frag onto Joba here potentially and friends, and I mean, even Lil D. I mean, these are your eco weapons that you didn't want to have to lean into. You really wanted Havix to have that star quality moment, but Bucky delivers for 1. Singer realizing it's not going to get much action, and they just have to die to the spike here.
Just go down with a vengeance. Don't give up any kind of points in the meantime. Don't look to over-aggress and just earn yourself that money. You're looking way too close to the end of the road to really kind of give up too much to Texas A&M to give them that edge, or at least give them more so of one, if you're expecting them to kind of have the momentum swinging in their favor now. So I want to see what Warriors go to do to kind of slow things down, let this game go back towards their direction, and even then more so how they just want to kind of catch Texas A&M off their heels again, because I mean, it feels like a lot of these first bloods that have been going underway just kind of feel like these awkward fights that are either dictated by timing or even then more so just kind of, as you mentioned earlier, the funneling of these players into these angles where they just don't expect a little bit of a setup because they're expecting, okay, it's too far up the map onto our side. You're not going to invade that space. When quite frankly, you can never be too wrong.
Speaking of space invading, Light Edits here not trying to give any semblance of mid control over to Tamu Maroon here early on. We can already see the hesitancy there, maybe expecting that Odin spray to have kind of shuffled a player into a deeper mid position, but no, Curdy and Havoc's, and it's kind of aggressive, the deeper mid hold. And I love these defensive protocols that the Waterloo Warriors Gold have been pulling out. Now, I mean, the full rotation going to come through. The A main sleepers are going to get their time to shine, hopefully, on this A execution. But I mean, look at the strategy for for Waterloo Warriors Gold, right? They're playing for retake. This utilities season for a tree hold. I mean, you have the protector that is light edit, so this lockdown can come into play. So, I mean, it's just gonna be probably a 5-on-5 retake here.
I mean, more than likely, it really comes down to once again the middle of the map, and we're going to see coming out of Joba here, whether or not you can get that wrap, find that timing, and really secure everything that's necessary for you. So able to go ahead and close out one. Aussie Frosty on site doing what they're supposed to. It comes down to that lockdown that's going to funnel all those players off and say, sure, that worked, but only for so long, because you're still everywhere and about, still looking for something and try to create this space on site. And while Aussie Frosty was given that space, everybody on the Warriors team is still well aware, at least to some degree. You would at least think that Curdy knows to some extent that there is still a player inside enemy territory that is mowing through your ranks, all while being held captive inside hell.
I mean, Waterloo Warriors just dumped everything they could into that round. I mean, the lockdown, the resurrection, and it doesn't matter. Aussie Frosty says, I take your ultimates, I raise it to 4K, and I walk away with the round. Now 3 rounds only separating these two squads, and 3 rounds in a row from Texas A&M Maroon. My question is, when does Waterloo Warriors Gold take their timeout? When do they stall out this momentum? Because they're about to enter another econ cycle, and if they lose this, then their timeout will be when it's 10-11. And I'm guessing that's when they're going to be taking it, but I'm excited to see what other eco strategies they have in their arsenal, specifically this time, looking like they're going for more of a decisive A anchor, because A is the site that has been working for Tama Maroon recently, so it's expected for them to go for it again here.
Even then, I mean, it comes down to these definitive angles. How well can you hold these? How much surprise can you still kind of keep amongst your players? Because, I mean, the gamble's already worked to a certain degree. You're seeing a 50-50, whether you can go for that investment or towards the A site, at least have something on B, because that Sova is not anchoring towards Boathouse. So sitting back in spawn, waiting for some kind of an answer, and giving a cue to say, I can go for a quicker rotate, I'm already setting up for that. But the rest of the team on that B side, we see that Texas A&M is still giving the Warriors Gold what they want to a degree, but it's all just a ruse. They want to give that pressure, they want to give that player presence, they want to give those audibles up to say, there's a lot that we sense here in terms of utility, and we even saw an extra player on top of that side, and they're not going to give up the middle of the map for nothing. So I think a B hit would be pretty accurate here, pretty understandable, all things considered, and you can see him kind of going for that, and even then investing in the null command off the top of it. Doesn't even really need it too much unless that, you know, that entire fire rate kind of plays off that and guarantees you that kill, but I don't really think it mattered with it being a headshot. That was probably just a first shot hit, already going ahead and locking things up. But the rest of the Warriors now having to go through this retake, find themselves in a 4v5 with these guns. And this is where things get really difficult for them, because sure, they like these close range encounters, but they're just kind of all running sheriffs rather than their kind of typical Stinger Bucky setups.
Yeah, and there it is, that forward pressure that we love to see out of Waterloo Warriors Gold allows a weapon to get collected here to give hope to this team. Havoc's expanding upon that hope. Now, Luisveño, isolated by that barrier wall. The attention now directed towards these backside boat players, but time not in their favor. They still have one player to clear out as well, and now Luisveño with the black backstab. They have to have perfect protection. The Blubbing aren't actually landing. Just
oh my God.
All the
way
off of a Thrifty. The curse finally broken. The map point finally secured here for Water Warriors Gold. And I mean, what a statement! And why did you take the time out now?
I low-key love this. That's just salt in the wound, man. Understanding that there's a lot of moments that you could have popped that thing in this half, but you do it right after then saying, maybe you need the extra time, Texas. Take it one more. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and have a little breather, and we're going to give high fives to everybody in the facility for what we just accomplished there. But even then still, overtaking that, I mean, that's just a little bit unfortunate, considering you saw the shots go through that tent. You saw them try to land on that singular player, and even then, Havoc's wasn't even creating a body shield for that player defusing. It was still just a circumstance of either they land or they don't. And off the back of it, the stick, the half was already present there pretty early on, and the reload timing was just so unfortunate.
Just beautifully crafted, and as you said, some timings falling into place. I mean, Hear the omen there for Maroon. You're definitely feeling the pressure, Lasagna. Gonna be trying to recover themselves here to sort of tie these last 4 rounds together to get themselves into overtime. But again, I'm gonna say it. I don't like that timeout for Waterloo Warriors Gold because it gives now that opportunity, that breathing room for Texas A&M Maroon to collect themselves after a thrifty. And typically, after a thrifty is when you see the opponent take that timeout to be like, all right, what went wrong catastrophically that we lost what should have been an advantageous situation. And I mean, now Eyes coming through again for both squads. Blaze the only ultimate in the equation here for Tam and Maroon, but I mean, we've seen Austin Frosty deliver with 4Ks, 3Ks, you name it. They've put them up on the scoreboard to get these vital rounds. And now we finally get to see some of these adjustments coming out from Tam and Maroon, right? They're trying to destroy the wall early from Lil D. They're trying to prod multiple portions of the map simultaneously, and finding Lil Leader this early is huge because they've been that major thorn on these rotations to the A site. The only concern now is that Curdy is actually a lot further forward to try and replace them on this hold. The Paranoia is going to open up for the frag, but a beautiful cloudburst keeps them alive.
Opens up, but it's not a very big window, all things considered, but still, I mean, looking for these trails, looking for these opportunities. Curdy is sticking to his guns. I mean, looking to just kind of hold things down, wait for a player to just be sitting amongst those smokes and not expecting somebody to be inside of their own. Creates a little bit of an unexpected result there where you have another body drop. But the Odin spray, just looking for these rotations, looking to cut these players off, and still not really having too many bullets go off. He still managed to grab Nabber, which once more, we're looking for these star players. Nabber's one of them. Aussie Frosty is another. And that leaves nothing but the rest of the crew, with Justin still being alive, Light still being alive, and Curdy still being there. Problem is, though, that defensive Jet is running an operator, which isn't really as efficient for the retake here, but can maybe hold an angle or two.
Yeah, but Fanny feeling like they're getting a little bit eager here to support their team, and somehow they don't walk away with
you gotta hit
2
those.
op shots missed. That is rough, and that is the call for Havocs and Light edits to dip to save. I mean, they got 3 more rounds to try and get this map on onto the table, brushed away. And I mean, I need to get some glasses because I don't know how those op shots for Havocs were missing.
Yeah. It's another one of those points. I mean, heck, earlier in the game, we saw games where Vandals were shooting through chunky, just full walls of the map and acting like it was nothing. Like it was just oxygen or paper. A little bit of an awkward game nonetheless, but even then a good call from the side of the Warriors to say, let's slow things down. Understandably, we didn't find those kills, we don't find numbers, and we don't get ourselves into a situation where we can really take this back, especially with the timer going in their favor. So already understand that they had themselves a map point situation. It just comes down to closing it out, saving what you got, and then moving on into the next, which you can see Justin having to kind of take a sacrifice for that effort, considering that only using that sheriff. You're going to be looking around your other players. You're going to be allocating more guys to that site to surround him, so you give him the opportunity to pick up a gun, worst comes to worst. And it really comes down to the opener here. That once more, is it going to get aggressive enough? Is it going to find that success and already opening things off and find that first blood? That's what you're looking for. This could be the Warriors' call to end things.
And I love now the reposition call from Waterloo Warriors Gold. I mean, you talked about that kind of, I guess, get down Mr. President mentality of having more players on the B site, but that left areas like mid, like tree unchecked temporarily because of the aiming and aggression that also came out from Lil D and Freddy. So now, I mean, Havocs, like I said, this reposition on point. So the team's looking to put it away. It might be Havocs looking to redeem themselves from the op shots last round to get this map on the board. And I mean, the Sage wall, the battle stage has arrived as well. And just like that, in a flawless fashion, Waterloo Warriors Gold takes their map pick, puts the CVAL champions right now on the back foot, having to now fight back for a reverse sweep in this series as we are going to go in to Lotus, their own map pick. And I mean, we actually have stats for the first time, Mick, here. So I'm just excited to see what exactly they're going to pull out, because it felt very dominant from Waterloo Warriors, other than the little slip up with that 3-round tie together. And I mean, it definitely felt like the players we're used to seeing perform consistently from Tamu Maroon were warming up a little bit late. But that gives me hope, you know, that next map they're going to be online the entire time, because that's their warm-up map.
Yeah, it kind of has to be, though. But it's a scent, and every team is expected to at least make that a close affair. and kind of at least keep that 13-11. Anything past that, you're saying, oof, that's a little that's a little rough, all things considered, especially from Texas A&M. I mean, look at it. This is now the second week in a row that we've seen a team with a negative record come in and make it already, at least regardless of win or loss, a map on Texas A&M. So it's these maps, it's these teams that are just kind of like in these situations where they're just experimenting. And honestly, some of these concoctions are just really hitting those soft spots of Texas A&M over and over and over again. I mean, we saw it right there at the Waterloo, and even then already just a player who you mentioned was a thorn in the side. I mean, he's like a Swiss Army knife, at least for me. It's going to be Lil D, not just being the MVP in terms of the kills, but also just kind of showing what this guy did was, I mean, every gun he had. We talked about the criminal shots and flicks he had with the Vandal in hand. Always go for these alternative angle swings with those walls. You can bait out your teammates just for the heck of it because you can go for a resurrection because you're getting enough kills to warrant that. And still, when a Vandal wasn't in hand, you were still playing that Sage, that support role, staying back, getting the heals up for the rest of your team and saying, worst comes to worst, I'm just putting myself in a situation to where if they want to corner me, I have a Bucky in hand, so have fun with that.
I mean, you're highlighting Little D, and I appreciate that. But what stands out to me is right, Light Edits one ACS behind them, and like a very similar KDA as well, and even Havoc's only 2 frags behind. It's just like these players are so well rounded, supporting and uplifting each other. And I mean, it's a similar situation as well for the squad on the side of Tam and Maroon. It's just lower kills, and like I said, them getting online too late into the map. So if this is just a foreshadowing of what we're gonna get on Lotus, I'm just so excited to get to that map. And Mick, I'm not gonna stall it any longer. So we should jump to our break. Make sure the players get their time to breathe, especially after a double digits affair like that was almost. And we'll be back with more action here in the Legends division.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting things underway with map number 2 here. Texas A&M and the Waterloo Warriors going at it. One team being 5-0, one team being 1-3, and surprisingly, the underdog is kind of showing the Aggies what's up here. Already starting things off hot with the Waterloo Warriors, starting this series in a 1-0 fashion. 13 to what I believe it was 8 being there, the final score. Surprising here from Texas A&M, considering that map is supposed to be known by everybody. Ascent is the land of standard, and quite frankly, it may be a little bit of a graveyard for here in Texas. So they can't close things up here on Lotus.
I mean, you said it. It's the standard go-to, but Waterloo Warriors pulled out a non-standard composition, reprising an Ascent of old, I'll say, with that double Sentinel. And I mean, Lil D being the MVP when we went to the stats for the map, and we saw how much of a thorn in their side, especially it was for those backdoor option rotations to the A site that Tamara Maroon loved to lean into time and time again. And so now, when we're about to go into Lotus, where it's going to be a similar story in my mind, Mick, where Tamara Maroon has this established composition, maybe a little bit of tweaks with the player fluctuations coming in, but on the side of Waterloo Warriors Gold, they also have been, messing around with different compositions, whether it be, the double initiator or that double controller meta. So, I mean, Tamara Maroon can't do their homework. They don't know exactly what they're going to be playing for. So why don't we find out? As the agents reveal themselves, I will mention that this time around, we're swapping starting sides. Waterloo Warriors Gold starting out on the defense, Tamara Maroon on the attack, and there it is. A new composition. They haven't played a chamber yet on the Waterloo Warriors side, Mick, so what do you think of that?
I'm loving the look of it. I mean, to me, not just off the chamber, but also going for that Breach and Gecko kind of initiator duo. We do typically see that Sky and Breach kind of be those backs, or maybe see like maybe a Sky and a Gecko. Sky just kind of feels like a very much standard kind of thing, but knowing the Texas A&M is going to be bringing out doesn't really surprise me too much. It's Waterloo that we love seeing kind of bring out these wishy-washy things where we just don't see it too much, or at least in that specific manner. We see all the kind of bits and pieces of different compositions being present, but Waterloo just put it in a kind of different way where we don't see it all together all that often. So seeing that Breach, seeing that Gecko together, I love the prominence Gecko's had, quite frankly. Ever since Sky's nerfs, he's been showing up all over the place, and I feel the guy didn't get enough love to start things off with, and now he's just showing up everywhere. So I love seeing his little buddies run around.
Yeah, no, one of the most, I would say, like, flamboyant and creative personalities in Valorant, one of the more creative kits as well, with that wingman, much beloved by many people, but for now, we started off the pistol round with the C aggression, and I mean, you saw it. Waterloo Warriors Gold, no movement in this pre-round positioning here, leaning heavily into the information that's going to be collected from light edits here and their ability to stand their own. But in this toxic screen from now, where it just allows you to creep up so far without any contact being made, and finally we'll see Waterloo Warriors waver. They are going to send Justin over to accompany them, but I mean, it's just going to be a retake scenario here on the pistol of all things, Mick.
Just comes up to the retake, and here's Joba, the player who didn't really find too much of a presence at the last map. Showing up strong, at least here for the first blood with the Sheriff in hand, but even then, that's now another gun toss over to the side of the Warriors, who have another Sheriff to work with because it's right there in their grasp. But it comes down to the retake. How many's going to be coming right there from main on those stairs? How many players going to be coming from the tree? Well, it looks like a 1-3 split, but you've already cut off the one, so what about the remaining 3? They got stronger weapons. They got a wingman coming right at you, and they have all the information necessary to kind of go ahead and find the swings on these kills. So with right clicks available, Lil D on site being off the Sage, on the Breach with a Sheriff. 2v1, maybe Lasuengo doesn't know that 50-50 is going to come at him from the same exact angle the other player did first. So Curdy now off that Omen that we saw, having some moments of stress, but having some moments of clutch and relief as well present. Now stepping up once more to win the first round for the Warriors here on this defensive side.
This is very, I would say, collected, calm understanding of how they wanted to approach that retake, even for it being a pistol round, right? You expect to see these players maybe stacking a little bit heavier in tree, so what do? They take lane control, they force through main, and then set up this double-pronged assault with that pressure through tree, and ultimately it does come down to Lasuengo expected to deliver the final verdict, and, too many angles to clear, Curdy with the headhunter, and it is history. But we saw this out of Waterloo Warriors on Ascent, the Stinger Force. Tama Maroon taking a page out of their book here. Gambling with just as high of stakes, trying to right things before they get out of hand. And I mean, look at this backstab. Beautiful from Purdy.
Okay.
And although the first shots missed, the rebound will not first blood Duran to get out unscathed. And I mean, look at how much Tama Maroon's space has been taken off of that.
They would push all the way back into spawn. Texas A&M going ahead, finding the same exact force we saw from the Warriors on their attacking side during their first 2 respective rounds of that last map. But it seems like, I mean, the Warriors are kind of relatively ready for it, are able to get some good damage off on everybody and kind of spread it amongst them, but it really comes down to what's really still available. Well, only 3 players, not really the best guns in the world, and the Warriors are just getting mowed down by the same exact force they witnessed during their first map. It's Texas A&M not only get themselves on the attacking side with the spike down, but they find themselves some clean kills off the back of it. Not the flawless fashion that we saw from the Warriors over in Ascent, but still nonetheless, a round secured, guns to carry over, but not nearly as much. Because as I mentioned earlier, it was like an RPG they were playing. They were just kind of picking up, looting these corpses, just climbing the ranks in that same regard. But I don't think Texas A&M's going to have that same exact luxury, saying they don't have nearly as much to carry over.
I think the carryover potential will be based on the results of this round specifically. When you have Nabber with that Bulldog, you have Aussie Frosty with that Vandal against this full squad of Deagles and some classics in the mix, this is where you want to go semi-flawlessly, right? So you can bring these bigger weapons over against the full rifle buy that has now been delayed by Waterloo Warriors. An amazing fault line to rob the first blood away from Tama Maroon. I mean, Nabber not even able to get the refrag here, and this B-side hold just as strong as before, now toppling as Curdy falls. Finally, a frag back in their favor, so back to square one, 4-on-4, but I mean, this B-side is stacked, and I'm glad to see they're not following through on it, but here comes the next challenger. Oh.
Are just pushing up, not able to manage to get a second there, but still doing damage nonetheless. That's what the Warriors are looking for. Diminish these numbers, make that retake look feasible, take it from behind, and then just lap them all the way back to their spawn, and pick up these guns that have just been littering the ground in the meantime. Obviously, with 2 players working with nothing but a classic, you're going to look for these upgrades, they're going to look for a chance, find this opportunity, and kind of create something out of seemingly nothing so far. But with the paranoia waiting for them inside a tree, guiding light going through as well, and still managing a kill is Justin with the classic. I thought an upgrade was in order there, but well, when you're up against a Phantom or a Vandal, there's not much you can really do besides push it, get close, and put it in a situation where both the guns kind of can excel in their own right. But Aussie Frosty's just having every single player swing them, and that's the 3K to not only close up the round, but to give them a showstopper to work with in the next.
No, I mean, that was the most important weapon that I said I wanted to see them keep alive here, because now you have a really full strength buy moving forward against a now fragmented economy for Waterloo Warriors Gold. They're going to be able to rustle up a buy, but if they lose this, the Tama Maroon lead would grow theoretically to 3. And I'm glad you pointed out that early showstopper, because it's coming out of as well Theani's really early seekers. So they're doing a good job here on the attack of taking advantage of those attackers' sighted orbs and utilizing them to get these points on the board sooner rather than later. But looks like Waterloo Warriors tired of their passive stance. One more aggressive here aggro on A, trying to force these players into the operator on the C site, and Purdy, no concussed, forced to retreat off the rendezvous, and now the rocket flying in their face. The fault line has to bail them out, and considering their flash, it cannot spare them that fate. But I mean, Little D strikes back, gets out of dodge, and again, I love how Waterloo Warriors knows when to strike.
Ooh. Yeah, that could have been a massive setup there, at least from Justin, kind of holding that close angle, having a player to at least kind of mow down the meantime, and just having that element of surprise here to kind of swing on Frosty, but that's just not the case. The aftershot's going to come through, be a tad bit late to kind of deny that spike plan, or at least find a trade, and resulting in a 3v3 retake with the clock ticking for the side of the Warriors here. A&N's going to have to retort eventually, and well, they quite frankly don't even need to do that if everybody just swings in one by one. The expected players come from the expected angles, that the shots are really just clotheslining these guys, and Lil D with nothing but fault lines ready to go and kind of stun these players. It's an easy exchange because, you know, just go 1-for-1. Play your squad, play with the numbers you have, and especially in a 1v3. I mean, come on now. We're expecting that to be another A&M round. So showing up here, 3-1 to start things off, showing that, okay, sure, Ascent wasn't really all that hot, but this team chose this map for a reason. They're starting off strong in it.
You did a good job, Mick, I would say, pinpointing the issue with that round and what we've seen so far out of Waterloo Warriors Gold. While they started off the round really strong with this kind of cross-supportive utility, mainly the fault line to try and bail Curdy out of that showstopper demise, in the retake attempt, that was completely eliminated. We didn't see much support from these initiators that needed to propel players like Curdy and the duelist into these frags. And I mean, history repeating itself here not soon after I've pointed it out, right? Curdy on an island, found by Osty Frosty. Now you're down a person. And I mean, the A site's deserted, so you're gonna have to play retake with worse weapons. So only silver lining will be these ultimates to lean into, but even Joba is gonna try and rob them of those earlier rather than later.
I mean, just got to see what they can do in terms of retort here. I mean, already going ahead, finding some equilibrium, having all the ultimates in the world to deal with in every single one of their players. So we mentioned, I mean, Texas A&M was the same exact situation earlier on Ascent, but we saw them invest everything nearly for nothing. Problem is, the Warriors, they didn't invest it at all, and they're still finding nothing. But they haven't made that big kind of conflict for it, or made that big exchange. Still, Justin, with nothing but a sheriff in hand, still able to find, too, diminishing these numbers. Having Wingman, having Thrash, having his full arsenal of pals to work with, that you can go ahead and get somebody on that spike while you're still looking to clutch things up, getting that tap off, getting that information, but still with two players surrounding you and somebody surprisingly in the back of that site. It's just not an angle you're expecting too many swings from. So Texas A&M find themselves a fourth. The Warriors investing two of the ultimates in that last round, not nearly as much as what we saw as Texas A&M investing what it was like 4 on that one round. They were looking for something. It was way further down the line, though. So I'm happy they go ahead and use this early, knowing they'll get him back again.
No, completely. And I will praise the side of Waterloo Warriors Gold because they did make it expensive for Tampa Maroon. So it's more kind of trading those ultimates to keep the economy for Tampa Maroon in check, right? It hasn't run away just yet. And they still have ultimates to lean into, like the Tote of Force, but I mean, again, it's these solo players being first-blooded, namely by Osty Frosty. This time, Light edits the one to false. Now you have no smokes for a retake for the rest of the round. And I mean, you can see the repercussions here now. If they can't take these solo fights, and it provides these trades to come through, and there's no paranoia. You gotta propel yourself to take these advantageous fights. And I mean, for second time in Maroon with solo swing one after another, but Osty Frosty, you know, just frag to fix.
I mean,
Look, it's another showstopper. Okay.
They are just running a gambit so far in this game. I mean, just looking at this Lotus map, they obviously selected it. I mean, this is one of these kind of rare occasions where you can say, did a team select this? Well, looking at the score, heck yeah, they did. I mean, looking at just kind of this definitive stoppage that's going on right now in a 4-1 fashion. The Warriors, Curdy's just going to kind of be lurking around, looking for an extra gun, and maybe kind of playing for exit frags towards one side of the map, but you know that the majority of these Texas A&M players, they're going to be running right back towards their spawn, given the opportunity. So, kind of closing things off, letting that time tick away, and Curdy looking and going on the hunt. I think you find you're only finding those two. Ray's going to run back towards the opposing side spawn, but I would love to see at least making things expensive, and that's exactly what's done. I mean, Lusueño is in a really bad spot where you know they're going to have to get aggressive. They're going to have to push out of this, and still, Curdy doesn't have the read on the side of smoke. It isn't contested by the spike.
No, I mean, very, very intelligent there. I mean, like I said, leveraging the ultimates you did invest, especially when you know you can afford another buy in the round following. I mean, I was going to say you could afford it, but, I mean, Curdy, looks like they're going to be picking up a hero rifle instead. I mean, I would like to see them maybe buy another weapon for their teammate, so it's a little bit stronger of a buy if you are investing. But regardless, the half buy will come through, so they can probably scrounge something up in the next round. But, again, no early timeouts here in this map. Like, I want to see from these squads when the going is getting rough, and 5-1 is pretty rough, and it's even rougher when the entirety of Tampa Maroon is about to come barreling into your solo stacked site, and not even where there's a sentinel present, but it's just your Gecko. So early rotations coming out here for Waterloo Warriors Gold, and again, Lights edit. I feel so bad. You had such a good ascent, but you're getting first blooded again and again, King.
I mean, playing the Sobo, playing the Omen, I mean, we can see players kind of make these exchanges over time, but I mean, you just don't have really as much to kind of engage yourself off of. I mean, maybe from a lurking position. It really comes down to the timing, and you're just not really finding it there. Instead, you know, right off the get-go, you're going to have these players rushing you down, securing these sites, and especially when you're sitting at a 6-1 lead in Texas A&M or clearing up these rounds, especially the faster ones, extremely swiftly with a lot of players remaining. Their confidence is finally starting to well up. That well was pretty dry, I want to say, back in Ascent, but I mean, they took those 5 minutes with pleasure, and they have found a way to just kind of completely rejuvenate themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this was going to be their map pick. We knew it was going to be a strong suit, and I mean, looking how deep the playbook was on Ascent, it's just night and day here for Waterloo Warriors Gold. I feel like they're trying the same things over and over again. They're not remedying any of the mistakes that they have in this joint utility usage, in these solo players on islands getting picked off early by members like Aussie Frosty, by members like the Sky here for Tamu Maroon. And I mean, even this round, they're over-rotating. They're getting overzealous. I mean, usually they have 2 or 3 people on the B side, but it's been left just to Havocs. And when a showstopper's coming in, that's one way to make a statement. Zero fear, zero hesitation, and now zero entry prowess. You can see this flood setup retake in place. I want to see this Thrash to counter this pit. There it is.
Already coming out. Like another little orbital V set, almost like the dimensional drip, but still having that much more prominence, going ahead, locking these players up, securing those kills to a certain degree, and even then more so making it that much easier for the rest of the team, especially off how many players you had detained there. Just easy little pickups there for the likes of the Warriors. So good retortion for them, at least getting themselves another round on the board here in this first half. Texas A&M kind of speed ran that guaranteed even half for them no matter what. So the rest of these rounds, at least finding yourself a third is going to be critical here for the Warriors. Obviously don't want to look at a 10-2, but 8-4 is what we saw on that first map. 8-4 is always doable, but it's not going to be optimal. But they don't really have much to really kind of answer back in a round like this when you look at that 1-3 kind of ultimate ratio, because Texas A&M, they have everything in the world to kind of create all that delay and create that space for themselves.
But I mean, I feel like we saw a glimmer of hope there from the Waterloo Warriors Gold, specifically there in terms of having numbers in the retake situation, and that's when they were favored. Albeit they had the Thrash to throw into the mix, but I mean, you take what you can get, and that's just counterproductive, I would say. That's a retroactive play into, again, these solo players getting found out early and getting punished. And I mean,
Spike down.
if Lithuania didn't get Justin there, Joba definitely was. So as the dust settles, 3v2 now on the table. The players for Waterloo Warriors Gold divided as well. But again, I mean, Havoc's in a position to be that impactful player. They have the showstopper online. They know Spike is getting planted on B site, but they're trying to wait for some sort of support, some sort of distraction from Little D, and Rosa might just give the opportunity back over to Tamu Maroon. Now they can set up a crossfire. Now they can play down this clock. 1 flashpoint, 1 fault line recharged now for Little D to get the job done. But I mean, I'm expecting Joe to have perfect timing here once the swing from Aussie Frosty comes through.
Well played.
The timing's perfect. The shots are not. And I mean, Little D has it all lined up for them. But Aussie Frosty, bold and winning that round, winning the lead for Tamba Maroon.
Really well played there. I mean, even then just understanding where these angles are be coming from. You had that surprise element maybe up there towards heaven, but nobody's really to swing that. Knew the player was right there in that C connect back towards waterfall, and is just going to kind of be swinging back and forth. Go for the fault line. Don't even find the kill on that player. Forget about him. And then just rush that player and try to find that kill from that alternative angle where you're just forcing that 1v1. That's the best thing you could have done there from Little D. Had the understanding of the lineups and the matchups there. Just couldn't really have the timing and the opportunities, or even then better yet, just a godlike reflex to find a headshot on a player peeking for a couple frames. So, unfortunate, but it's the way the cookie crumbles, but more so how the rounds go. Texas A&M now with a lead in this half, guaranteeing themselves at least 7, and even then more so guaranteeing that
nice.
Warriors only have 5. And while you find yourself another kill, you're looking for a number 8.
And there, I mean, finally a different play from Waterloo Warriors Gold, but I want to say that from the shadows kind of gave an early indicator for Tama Maroon, so they didn't fall into the trap play. And now, I mean, the Seeker's doing a good job confirming Havoc's is still there, so they feel like their hand's been forced. Now, Waterloo Warrior Gold's rotating back to the seaside, recognizing that this is probably the outcome, the response. And I mean, Navarre on alert to set a Joba finds Curdy, and before Spike's even getting planted, the round is basically over. 1v5, only a stinger in their possession. They go for that weapon upgrade and either save or go for it. And there it is. Yeah, I mean, I want to see them go for one. I wanted the orb. There it is. There it is. I was about to say I wanted them to get the ult online. That was why I wanted to see them go for one.
Spike planted.
slow and steady, understanding that things are not going to work out for you, and cue the hunting party. One player sitting back towards Spike, one player moving back towards spawn, the other three looking for maybe a flanking rotation, and that's just not going to be the case. Lil D is going to have an encounter with this guy, but I mean, I wouldn't blame you just to kind of go ahead and hold that angle. Don't really get too crazy and just kind of hold out whatever you can, because the flashpoint, you have one online. It's going to be extra money for everything, but Tiny's going to be very, very slow, and you're just going to be waiting for something here. And with no audibles being given up, you're not really taking the shot yet. There's a door opening right behind you. A player on the other side of it, and with, well, an unexpected second there available to you, that's a kill being made. 4 players of A&M carrying over to the next one. Not the flawless you were looking for, but that's the price you pay for trying to rob one more out of the Warriors.
A nice juxtaposition there, I feel like, in how that hunting party searched for Lil D versus how Waterloo Warriors Gold has been playing this half, right? I mean, even Thieni, they clear out of the space, they confirm where they believe Little D to be hiding, and they wait for this joint pressure, this joint assault with their teammates. And I hope that is what this timeout is discussing, about how uncoordinated some of these trap plays, these fights have felt for this squad, because like I said, the plans have in my mind been clean, right? They're doing a good job trying to counter where they believe Tamu Maroon is going, and the reads have been correct as well. It's just, like I said, lights edit. Curdy, they're taking these early fights and not in a tradable situation, and that puts Waterloo Warriors Gold at a deficit seconds into the round, Mick.
I mean, it's just the situation for the Warriors where they just can't really create these stalls. They especially can't find these first bloods. I mean, especially when you got somebody kind of giving them up on a round-to-round basis. Not really, obviously not intended, but you're trying to kind of catch these guys off guard. But that worked in a sense. That was a different map. That was a different circumstance. We're now in, Texas A&M territory. You can't really swing on them unexpectedly. And even then, if it comes into the A, like we see a little bit of a push coming through here, I mean, they're going to expect that. I mean, this is what we see so many teams kind of find so much easy pressure coming through and know that the traditional long lineups are going to come from. But Havoc's with a clean shot coming to the smoke, a little bit blind, but still a result nonetheless. You can find this 4v4 coming underway, but not really any guns to scavenge off the back of it.
That first blood was perfect, right? They played off of the initiator, the Omen utility. I didn't want to re-swing there because it would have been a dry swing, right? Little D was not in the position there to help their teammate, much like Curdy here, is on an island. So they're trying to play their life, and like I said, I don't want them to take those fights. Oh, but regardless, I mean, now might as well be over. I mean, Havoc's dying to a turret. Light Edit's in a position to be mollied if they expected to be the gap in the lockdown, but no.
Oh, you're so dead.
The one-way. Stratostep forced out, so they know exactly where they're headed, where they're going, and swing after swing. They're granted one, but Shorty to get the frag back, to get the 9th on the board. And
last round in the half.
Do you think we see double digits out of Tamu Maroon already, Vic?
Maybe. I mean, unless we get an absolute wild card, unless Curdy can really kind of just step things up with this operator. I mean, it comes down to the gamble of where the actual round is starting at, because we're going to see Curdy go over towards Mound. We're going to see players kind of allocate themselves towards that breakable door, looking for that A push. And honestly, I don't know. I don't think we do, because this is looking like a full C push. It really comes down to Curdy. Can you find that first blood, or do you just go ahead and retreat? And we're going with the latter.
I'd rather have the retreat than them get first blooded in this record, but I mean, showstopper in again. I mean, paranoia.
Bye-bye.
To ensure that they can't slip away, and yeah, I mean, Frosty has been so good at punishing these solo players, and they're not even done, right? They want to end this flamboyantly, and they also understand the retake ultimates that are on the table, so they strip one away, they get out unscathed, and now the Rolling Thunder is late, so Little D in a 1v3 scenario. You know Asti Frosty was CT, but they don't know that Naber has now teamed up with them. Only indication coming in the form of that snake bite, and I mean, now the Odin's been uncloaked as well here, and I mean, how do you even swing that corner when these bullets are coming and flying? I mean, Crispin, that's one way, but again, a 3K to end out this half. I mean, that's just picturesque.
Switching sides.
And 2 for a half is just, it's so utterly detrimental. It hurts so much to see. It's replicant of what we saw out of them on the map of Icebox last week, but this is also their map pick compared to like what we saw on Bind, and it's just not all that crazy. it's expected to a certain degree. It just kind of makes me think of what is Icebox going to look like, because, oh my god, we've seen this team there already, and oh, the fact that we see a first map for Warriors to kind of climb their way up to a singular map, if they kind of witness a masterclass like this 2 times back-to-back, it really does show, once again, kind of a testament of what we mentioned last week, to where Texas A&M does have these maps where they just see very big weaknesses regardless of kind of prior results. But it comes down to a pistol round. Warriors can find themselves a little bit of breathing room. They can get something to work with here. And with a 4-man allocation on this C site, we're going to see blood being shed on this mound probably.
I don't want to see them swinging a mound. I'm not going to lie to you. I see the vision. They want to send that guiding light out and have like a triple swing, maybe a nade off the
going for it.
contact. But, I mean, that's the trap play that I want to say Tamarin was hoping for. Aussie Frosty, not only do they get the initial frag, but even the paint shell adds insult to injury. And before a site can be followed through upon, numbers advantage already in their favor flawlessly.
Early start here for him. A big flank coming through here from Curdy. I mean, 2 of them already, but I mean, that's just to be expected at this point, right? So many players are pushing that attacking side spawn where you're looking back to where you came from, because that's the only place it can come from at this point. So already Aussie closing out 1 in the read on Curdy, or at least giving the information to last for a second for somebody else to get picked off. But that's your last standing player, now completely out of Headhunter bullets, but still found enough value to pick off 3 of them. 3 you just got to go for this point. So Ghost in hand, same kind of headshot potential. Problem is you're raw swinging right out of the smoke, which has been set up for you now. So there's just not much you can really do now at this point. You can swing out, get the rendezvous off. That's a turret, 2 players, and 12 seconds left on the clock. You're either hunting for kills or you're not getting really anything here.
Which is why Jobo was playing so far back and Lithuania was playing down the clock beautifully in that situation. And I mean, I really cannot fault anything Curdy did there, right? I mean, yes, I was saying, you know, use the trademark, but that was more just to catch Lithuania in the off position, which is what the rendezvous back to safety did. It gathered that information before they were ready to take those fights. And I mean, if you learn anything from these teams, that these second round force conversions are definitely in the cards. I mean, we've seen it happen twice. It's been followed through upon twice by each opposing squad. So let's see if Waterloo Warriors Gold can add 1 more to that tally.
Going for that same little setup with the Gecko. Trying to see if anybody's going to get themselves up towards mound, but Texas A&M have already reaped their rewards. They're not really too stressed about the actual result of a round like this. They just know that they had themselves more likely an advantage. They still have to expect the force, because, I mean, they've already seen it so many times where they already had themselves a natural lead that in a desperate situation like this, it's only expected, but already trades coming through, kills coming out, and a wingman to go ahead and get that spike down. You're looking at the Warriors just going ahead, doing all the damage in the world while Donnie's being stuck inside of a mosh pit. Can't really get anything done here, but regardless, with the 2 players still remaining from Texas A&M, you can probably say that they still had the advantage. Sure, not in terms of man count, but in terms of health, good God, they're ahead by a country mile, to where this Stinger will easily one-tap 2 of these players, as long as you can shut down Lil D. But with Swingyo, it just comes out as a singular bullet. That's all you get to do. 3 shots is all it's going to take. It's like a vandal to the head, but you had the luxury of just shooting somebody in their toes, and when everybody's swinging close to you, it makes it really simple to do just that. But already getting the spike down to half. You can go ahead, tap it, you can mess around, you can see if anybody's going to swing you out, and there it is. Curdy coming from behind. 10 HP in a dream in a third here for the likes of the Warriors.
The irony of that is that's exactly how the first pistol round ended. Lithuania in a clutch position, having to gamble between which angle to hold, and they gamble incorrectly here. So it feels very reminiscent, I would say, of Ascent, where it's going to be sides swapped. Waterloo Warriors just doing their best to defend Tamu Maroon off of this map point as long as possible. And that second round victory is going to do a great job of that, right? You get your Vandal, you get your Bulldog up and inviting against, you know, pistols and a Bucky. So I'd say as long as you don't walk into Lithuania with this Bucky, you are chilling. And the only other danger is if you're walking to the A site stack, which has 4 players.
Yeah. Already a big investment there towards that cubby right outside that breakable door, but I mean, hey, more the merrier. Why not? Somebody was there. They're absolutely good as dead, but Problem is, there's nobody there this time around. Better yet, there's nobody on top of that spike either. So there is space here for Texas A&M to once again kind of turn this round on its head because Nabber's present. You see the Toxic Orb go out. You see the Snake Bites. You know Aussie Frosty's sitting in there and giving the call when somebody gets out, but they're just not taking those swings. They're not wanting to take those fights. Instead, they're going to follow them somewhere else and kind of be right on the back of their tail.
Last player.
Oh. Go meet him.
Wait. Okay, this is
This is
not
doable.
possible. They still have the Bucky, or do they change weapons? Is my
You
question.
picked up a
here.
Bulldog.
The Bulldog, all right. I mean, I think the Bucky would have done them better in this situation, seeing how low these players are, but we'll let their actions speak for me. I mean, so much utility, paranoia. They know that the weapon's been collected here. Fault not going to connect. But you don't look below you! How does Light Edits get away with that? And just like that, Tama Maroon is still fended off of this map point. Whew.
Denied spike.
Yeah.
Had all the damage on another player toward their one tap. Just that one matchup there. You have all the time in the world with no spike down just to take that, to wait it out. Have an angle, work off the audibles. Because every time you hear that spike go off, you know, that's one less player encountering in a fight. And the 2v1, that evens your odds.
Whew. Now, I mean, I feel like Water the Warrior's been getting away with these rounds by the skin of their teeth. I mean, this round again, repeating this C-Mound pressure, C-Mound aggression. I would like to see maybe a push-up here from Aussie Frosty a little bit, just so that they have more information about where this execution might be headed. But even then, the spread of players across the map from Tama Maroon, very decent to counter, and knowing how stable Aussie Frosty is as a solo player, we're gonna see if they can hold on to this A side if that is the goal of the repivot here.
Another round for Texas where they're slowing things down. Not trying to get too eager to the pedal here. Understanding that, well, it's still a pretty long margin, but you don't really want to give up anything for free. 11-4 with nothing but from the shadows to work with, and a player just swinging right through the entire util setup. You know that a swing is inevitable, but still, holding things down is going to be Nabber.
30 seconds.
You know, to kind of hold off that C site, delay that spike plant for as long as possible, and finally to get the paranoia through. LaSwing is going to be panically shuffling right through that site, trying to cut it off. They know the denial's been made. The wingman's dead, and so is the rest of the team. Down to a singular player to get cut off as well. That's finally 12th round from Texas, just relying on, okay, C worked out for us. They just kind of gave that fight to us, considering that, well, we threw so much util at them, they were just kind of afraid.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it was, I want to say it was like 23-6 at the end of the half for Aussie Frosty. And I think they've only gotten that one kill since the half started. And I think that could, or sorry, they had that 2K on the pistol round, and they've only gotten one kill since. And I feel like that could be a reason why they've struggled to close, but now that curse has been broken, now the operator is online, and the buy is all over the place here for Waterloo Warriors Gold. I got to see these ultimates used to completely shut down this operator, like the showstopper. Okay, how are you alive, Aussie Frosty? I mean, I was gonna say, they have to use those ult to shut them down, or it's game over.
Yeah.
They shut them down, so therefore, I think it is game over. But Lil D has been the mechanically cleanest on this squad, at least for Lotus here, trying to bail their team out here yet again, playing for these solo frags, now getting the support from the Thrash back site, placing the members of Tama Maroon on the off foot, but thank you, Justin, for not overheating. Thank you for playing the objective.
I mean, you're Mr. Gecko. You kind of have to. Not really. You let Wingman take care of that, but still.
Oh, no. That's Showstopper online.
Speaking of Wingman, Aussie Frosty just catering these guys, completely setting them up for success in this round. Not too many players really alive in a situation like this. Justin finding the roundabout and a crazy shot inside the smoke. Not enough spray to really clean things up. A defensive win from Texas A&M. Finally an answer for that entire map that we saw go on in the likes of Ascent. A bit of an awkward game for them, but it's just like what we saw last week. They wake up and they'll get there eventually.
I'll get there eventually, and many players very much so showing up on that map for the side of Tamu Maroon. I mean, I was hoping to see Curdy as well step up a little bit more for Waterloo Warriors because they did switch from that Omen role where they were, a little bit slower on the scoreboard to that Chamber, which is expected to be a high fragging individual if you want them to be successful as a Sentinel, especially when you don't have another one to fall back on a map like Lotus. But I mean, it is those gambles that you have to take if you are playing more forward on your defense and losing those fights, and that put them in a hole that was really hard to claw their way out of when they finally were pinning down some correct maneuvers there once the sides had swapped. I mean, 10-2, it's so difficult to stage that style of comeback. But Mick, I mean, means we are headed to Icebox, and my only concern here is that not only was Lotus very dominant, but we said it ourselves in the pre-show, this map was kind of the cherry on top for these squads. And I mean, with Aussie Frosty firing on all cylinders like this with 5 first bloods, I'm expecting no difference once we get over to Icebox.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, obviously, we're going to be seeing a Jet coming into play here. Nabber already being in the shoes of that Viper, understanding the kind of plays of the roles. Lasuenyo also being that just kind of highlight over and over again, just kind of being these clutch situations where more times than not, he can at least make a situation doable in a 1vx. I mean, why not closing it out every single time? But knowing that there's a player there who can at least make those rounds expensive at the end of the day, that's all you really want. But, I mean, still, Waterloo have an opportunity. Things still aren't dead for them just yet. But, I mean, it's going to be tough. Looking at what was accomplished last week, it was an absolute masterclass. I want to say when we saw that half, it was an 11-round half for Texas A&M when they closed things out. And it was, I would just kind of say like 0-0-9, but it doesn't really matter when you only see your opponent taking 1 round for that entire half. So you're just kind of like, whatever. It comes around eventually, but still, knowing that is the result and knowing they're going to that same exact point, Waterloo better pray this map is better for them.
I mean, I do want to point out, though, for the side of Waterloo Warriors Gold, this is their first map 3 of the entire season. I mean, they were, 2-0'd week 1, they got their FF win week 2, and then, they've been getting closer and closer. Week 3, that map 2 was 11-13, and then, week 4 and 5, it was 12-14 on map 2 for both of those weeks. So they are desperately wanting this now. And my only concern is that, it is map 3. They haven't been to map 3s. What is the energy levels going to look like? What is the mental going to look like? Especially after, map 1 was you so dominant at the half, and then it kind of ended up a lot closer than you were hoping it would. And then map 2 was such a, I guess, devastating defeat. How can you get back onto your feet and keep sprinting towards that finish line here on Icebox, another map that we haven't seen from you yet in this season of NECC?
We got 2 different maps to go ahead and ride the vibes from, at least from the side of Waterloo Warriors. But on the other side of this break, we're going to give them 5 minutes to figure it out and choose which side of the coin they really want to be on. So we'll catch you here with the Icebox in a little bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NECC Legends Week 6 coverage of Group Yellow A. My name is Zovi, and we are here with Mick to bring you the amazing conclusion of our matchup between Waterloo Warriors Gold and Texas A&M Maroon on Icebox. Mick, now, all right, I said it before the break. We have not seen Waterloo Warriors Gold on this map, but we have seen Texas A&M Maroon on this map. So I'm going to give you the composition for Texas A&M Maroon, and I want you to guess what the Waterloo Warriors Gold composition is going to be. All right?
All right.
So for our side of Texas A&M Maroon, we got KJ, Jet, Viper, Harbor, and Sova. What do you got for me?
Well, I'm a big Harbor fan. I love seeing him on
Okay.
this map, and I think the double controller, if you absolutely know how to use it, is just utterly disgusting. So I would love to see the Jet. I'd like to see the Sova. I'd like to see the Harper and the Viper. And then I'd probably like to see maybe a Sage being brought out again, possibly. Or even just kind of sticking to the tried and true when you look at that KJ and what she can really offer over towards that A site. But I think it's still really up in the air. Waterloo, we've seen the experimentation. We've seen them bring back the chamber on the Lotus, so maybe they can bring it back on the Icebox. Maybe instead of running the Harbor, they want to go for that kind of double duelist situation. I think it really just comes down to what Lil D wants to do, because I feel like they should
that's
honestly
true.
play around that guy. I mean, what he's done so far, don't put him in the shoes of a Sova. Either put this guy on a fragging Sentinel, or put him in the shoes of someone who can just flash and initiate himself. And I mean, he should just be all good. 'Cause I think, honestly, a Harbor will provide a little bit more coverage for the rest of the team, knowing that, I mean, that Cove, obviously, good God. The amount of possibilities of that thing is endless.
Well, let's see if you are correct as the agent's selection
Okay!
fills in.
Okay!
And here come the picks. I mean, you said you wanted him in a fragging position. What other than the Feast or Famine Reina to get that job done? My only concern here is that I loved light edit on the Sova for Ascent.
Mhm.
So them not being back on that role is going to be very, very sad for me. But otherwise, I mean, everything else pretty much lines up with how I expected. Other than I agree with you. I did want to see that double Sentinel.
I mean, honestly, I could definitely see this same exact thing if maybe even Justin and Light swap, quite frankly. Just because we've seen Justin on that KJ on Ascent, and he was disgusting. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
even then, just playing
wait,
that
wait.
KJ role, not really having too much
They're
utility to
changing.
swing off.
They're changing on us.
Okay, well, not the
Thank
swap
you,
I was
Prod.
expecting.
Thank you, Prod. Here comes the true reveal. There it is, light on the Sova. But
That makes
here,
sense.
Justin and Curdy, yeah. I mean, Curdy, right? They were on the chamber. They were okay. And I said that it was like when they were on these island positions, that's when they struggled. So them being on a more traditional Sentinel could be what they need. But, I mean, already into the round. And my only concern now, Mick, is that we're starting out on the same sides as Lotus. And it's clear that Waterloo Warriors Gold is better on the attack, whether from Lotus or from Ascent. Both of those kind of coming away with the same conclusion. So let's see if they can get the momentum off the ground early this time around.
These pistol rounds have always been a massive switch up, whether it come down to a singular player giving up a gun for free, or whether or not it actually just come down to the absolute bloodshed that is on site. But the one thing I can talk about from that last map that I saw was Joba dropping a sheriff and it being given up to the rest of the team. And maybe Lil D is going to have this same exact situation. Looking at the rest of the team, not expecting Joba right above him. That was a gun for the taking, but not available any longer. Still a good bit of damage done to the other players kind of lingering about, but still, that one singular player is all you get to work with as Lusingo just swings right through smoke, looking for another free kill.
Now, I mean, Midler asks to answer, but that toxic screen making quick work of them. So they don't even solidify this A-site control. Instead, they'd rather leave Aussie Frosty to try and be that hero player. The rotation was gonna be faked or come through, and I mean, now Nabber's forced to double back. I mean, 25 seconds left on the clock. You're in a 1v3. I mean, I might just cost my losses and try to charge up the Reckoning, right? Try and get the orb, try and get the plant. But for now, it's like they might be able to at least get the plant on board. But no, the 4K from Havoc's off of a wallbang. Nasty angle, I didn't even think a wallbang was possible from, but I mean, with this many deagles collected as well, this is going to be a solid second round for the Waterloo Warriors Gold. And do we see a force from Tam and Maroon again?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm
What do you
looking
think?
at. I mean, I don't think so. Looking at their history on this map,
Yeah.
seeing what they can accomplish, it really just comes down to save your money for the full rifles, quite frankly. Don't try to overextend it. Don't try to go for anything crazy. if you're going to go for a force round, it's got to be more than likely towards an A site, kind of play towards the close quarters. But over towards B, you saw that Marshall being kind of decided on for a second there, and it just didn't really end up being the solution they needed, which quite frankly is not the solution, at least in my opinion, that you want. Already you can find yourself maybe falling to someone, but it's just going to be Lil D knocking a player down and getting out of dodge.
And that's the benefit of that. Reyna is they can play more selfishly. They don't have to be, shackled in to be that support player for other fragging individuals of the team. But, I mean, I love that you pointed this out. Joba, the sleeper agent, might not be fragging, but the amount of impact they've had in this round in particular, paving the way, clearing out all of this A site to give a free plant to Tam and Maroon. And, I mean, albeit the guns are going to be at an advantage of Waterloo Warriors Gold alongside that numbers advantage. I'm hoping to see some early strikes out of Joba with this forward screens position to wrestle that favor back to their side. Oh, no.
There goes that wild card pretty quickly.
Frosty? Frosty? Oh, and there's your other wild card invested as well. I mean, every frag just going flawlessly in favor of Waterloo Warriors. And I mean, although Wenyo is able to get one, that's all he wrote. And I mean, the fuse will come through. The charge of the blades almost to near full off of that 4K on the pistol, and now the frags coming in with that hero rifle now. I mean, there it is. They're now one off from the blades, 6-0 in its round 3 Mick.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, still 2 Guardians to carry over into this next round. A Vandal off the back of it. I mean, those Guardians are just as good as a Vandal, if not better, in my opinion. Depends on really how hard you're hitting and how well you're shooting. I think, honestly, Guardians got to be the most broken gun in the game. I will stand by that. With the best first shot accuracy, still having a little bit more penetration factor than the likes of Vandal, and having that one-shot headshot at any range just like it. If you're hitting your shots, just run that gun. Save some money every single time. One thing you're not going to be saving is going to be at least one of those guns, considering that Lil D is going to be picking up that Vandal, making that swap from the Guardian, getting that respective trade, and taking all that riflage all the way over towards that A site where we see the execution going through and the spike going down.
I feel like this is the first time we've actually seen this scale up successfully off of this high tide. But even then, I mean, the early challenge from Little D steals a frag away. Joba on that re-rotation has been dealt with accordingly. So playfield's been evened back to a 2-on-2. And the only concern now lies in the fact that the Waterloo Warriors Gold are divided on this retake attempt. So they have to individually deliver those frags. And with Naber not aware that the Storm Grenade means they're on the flank, now places the Annie in a 1v1 time in their favor. Recon bolt information in their favor. I mean, they have double shock dart as well, but I don't even think light's on it. So the swing, miss on the frag, and there should be just enough time for Waterloo Warriors Gold to get that round on the board. Yeah, a little over a second left, and we what if it's like the opposite dominance here between Tam and Waterloo Warriors Gold, Nick? How would that reflect on things?
Disappointing, I think, would be the right keyword for it. I mean, expecting this, though, and seeing what's happening, I think, honestly, noticing, at least from today, there's not only a caster curse, there is an observer's curse. Where in those 1v1 situations, if you're looking at the defender, if you're looking at the one who has to defuse the spike in the clutch situation, the one player that has to check the spike always just kind of peeks it and always gets away, and it's just kind of checking that. But if you're already looking at the other player who's having to defend the spike, they're always the one who just full swings and dies, just wants to take that fight. I swear, it happens every time. Never really noticed it till now, considering that that's another round that Texas A&M could have cleaned up, but they didn't. Instead, they find themselves a strong starting a round like this. A lot of players rushing all the way through, and not really any damage shed in that initial engagement.
No, I mean, I really wanted to see Little D take that fight and get out of dodge, but instead,
really good
full
execute.
steam ahead. Yeah, very clean off the reckoning there. I mean, getting up close and personal with the Stinger, best way to get that weapon upgrade, to get back, and I mean, before a retake attempt can even get started, the call's been made to save here, at least for the operator. Light Edit's going to see what they can do to damage that economy for Tam and Maroon, since it is still early in the half, and since they did string those initial 3 rounds together. But Joba is going hunting.
Find one on the light without a doubt. Yep. That's going to queue towards the right here for Havocs. they're not going to extend anymore. Joba understands who's sitting in the back of the map, what kind of gun is at stake here. Sit inside that tube and just don't really overextend. Finally, a round on the board here for Texas A&M, though. I mean, all we really had to do was just talk about how disappointed we were, and well, they just kind of wake up and say, oh, okay, no, that's fair. But, I mean, regardless, though, the Warriors starting things off. I mean, that feast or famine, as you mentioned, Lil D kind of lighting it up here on the field, handing the operator over. Havoc's going to be opting for the Blade Storm in a round like this. It's a little bit of an unorthodox round, all things considered, but, I mean, for Texas A&M, this should just be the standard. It just really comes down to where do they want to execute it. And after such a successful round over towards that B site in the last one, why not just try to kind of double down and do it once more? But it's going to be Lil D and that Blade Storm ready to go, and it's going to be a little bit of a different push coming out. It's not going to be the same old, same old. It's going to be instead the first blood going in the direction of the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, you've been expecting a Reyna there in the form of Little D round after round. So this time, when there's no Reyna pushed up, holding a close angle to dismiss out, instead, a jet up in the air above yellow. Definitely the last thing you'd expect here. And, I mean, Turret should be able to spot out this kitchen pressure early on. Only concern here is the impact of those changes about window, but it's narrowly avoided. And Justin gets the headshot, but no frag to follow. Now Little D with the operator has to deliver. No, the dismiss out here. Forced to maintain their life. Now Havoc's as well.
Panicking.
Comfortable situation. Whiffs the knives, and I mean, it's a 2v3. Oh!
Sonya, you got to get out. I know that's not much of an option right now. I know there's too much going on. Now with that spike down, you have ample time to kind of get somewhere else necessary.
I mean, Osty Frosty able to get somewhere else. Using that tailwind. Able to reposition, and again, I mean, we're seeing the call to save potentially for the side of Waterloo Warriors Gold. And it's these just kind of split pushes for Tab and Maroon that Waterloo Warriors Gold has not been able to pin down just yet. I mean, they did a good job of kind of nullifying the kitchen pressure early on, but it really was just Lusvania slipping through the cracks there, I think. If Little D had any weapon other than the operator, that would have been an easy win for them. They just redismiss and they re-swing and get the frag. But I mean, when they already know you have an operator, when the cat's out of the bag, it's hard to take those engagements for a second time around without them holding the hard angle to counter it. But lead still in favor of Waterloo Warriors Gold, starting to dwindle a little bit alongside the economy. So we'll see a little bit more of a scattered buy. Those who can buy will. Those who cannot will buy up what they can. Mainly Justin with that stinger. Are they actually going to save? No. Okay, I'm about to say Little D. Curdy is the only one that is kind of... No, they are going to buy up. Yeah, full buy up coming out.
I think honestly, I mean, it's the right call from Texas, but even then, more so Warriors. I mean, just kind of going with what they can. This is what's kind of a wild call for me, but I mean, what this team has accomplished in the four circumstances has been just really impressive. But knowing that they're going to be going for it in such a dire round like this, where you know that regardless, you still have that insurance of a singular round separating you and Texas A&M. I think they're just trying to make this as expensive as possible. No real ultimates on the field to kind of go ahead and set the tide there and really give yourself that advantage that's necessary. And so you get the lockdown Texas side. That, I mean, it's a bold call nonetheless. And they got to make it worth it. On the defensive side, with Lyda that's pushing up, almost getting picked off, still taking a butt ton of damage there. It's these kind of situations where I understand you want to have that element of surprise to kind of give yourself that lead and maybe get that early number advantage for yourself. But, I mean, I don't know. It really kind of gets to the point where you're figuring out what's the cost.
Speaking of cost, Havoc's getting not just detained, but caught off guard by Joba, trying to take that more offensive angle with the operator.
Spike planted.
Tide allowing Lil D to deposit themselves a little bit deeper than maybe expected on rafters, but narrowly avoiding it. Now we'll get away from Nest here. Play deeper off site. And then, I mean, it's a 5v4 situation. Strike that a 5v3, and Joba finally coming online, looking for all the frags in a 4K. Flawless. Only the ace robbed away by that backstab from the Viper. And, I mean, we've been waiting for Joba to show up. I know both myself and the rest of the production team included. So, 8-4, a sight for sore eyes, I'm sure, for all of us.
I mean, able to finally get there. I mean, getting the majority of the kills of what Joba had in that entirety of the last map, just in that round alone, is refreshing to say this, sure. But I mean, already going ahead, securing that equilibrium, getting yourself these round ties, and knowing that once again that we're seeing the Warriors on a kind of an iffy buy, where you're seeing these back and forth of where some players have rifles, some players don't, and it's going back and forth, back and forth. You gotta get to the point where you see some team synergy, where everybody's working together, everybody's on the same page. Because it seems like right now, I mean, you're seeing players just kind of getting to that point where you mentioned earlier. I mean, specifically, obviously in Arena, Feast or Famine, it feels like the entire team isn't on that point to where they're either feasting together or they're all starving, and it kind of feels like they're grasping for straws at a particular point. But able to wrap things around, getting to the spawn out of Havocs and Lil D. That could be a gun secured, but they already know about the singular player there. Laswing is going to pick that one up. Lil D's not ready for the trade.
They get it. I mean, I like them lying in wait there, waiting for the right time to strike. Now, I mean, the 2v4 numbers firmly in their favor, and they don't overheat either. They take their winnings and they fall back. No all-in just yet. It's going to be used for information gathering on a potential rotation here. Please don't swing it. Please don't correct what I just had hyped you up for. Thank you. And I mean, even now, I mean, Spike not being collected by Tamu Maroon. Gonna buy the clock down a little bit more. Gonna make it a little bit worse for wear. Even giving Little D time to rotate over to the B site. So they could be the solo denier of this round here for the Tamu Maroon squad. They decide to go under two right into their off-angle clutches, and the Cove an early audio indicator. Same with the high tide, and in one frag, two frags, round in Waterloo Gold's pocket frags, and the lead reclaimed.
This situation now where the rifles can pay off for them. They find at least some success off of one of those share purchases in Havocs, and you can trust that, well, your top fragging players are going to at least able to pull something off of those guns in hand. So while the rest of the team may not really be doing too much, especially Justin, unfortunately sitting at 0-4 for this game thus far, you still got ample time to wake up. You're still a Viper. You're still providing that support to some degree. You're still kind of taking some form or factor inside these games. But I feel like that's the one thing, considering the Warriors are still up in this game, and it feels like they have a singular player who hasn't really contributed or shed any blood. It's still just very impressive in its own right.
And I mean, Lil D again with the first blood. This time traded out early on, so not going to find that late round impact like the previous that we just witnessed. But regardless, 4v3 now. No real ground gain for the side of Texas A&M Maroon, but a lot of information gained by Waterloo Warriors Gold by this double push-up now into spawn. And because that early first blood was Joba, was the Killjoy, this turret's machinations lie dormant. They're going to be able to flank through even now. I mean, I'm excited to see what their timing's going to look like.
I think it'll be fine. Waiting for at least something. Light Edit's able to go ahead and close off those two. So, I mean, good looks for them. Creating some equilibrium here. One in a 2v2 situation, but it all comes out of Havoc down to 1v1 as another trade comes out. And it doesn't even have to move for that round to just be handed on a silver platter. Perfect placement. Well played.
They only saw Light Edits on the flank. They didn't know if Havocs was there with them. So I was nervous, you know? I mean, that's the kind of gamble you take, is like either double swing to ensure you get a trade, you get the frags, or, you know, take the gamble. Let's see if your hero player like Light Edits can do the dirty work for you and lock down the route early rather than later. And that 3K is the ticket to it. So 5-3, the lead expanding. Only 4 rounds left to go here in the half. And, I mean, you can see now, Tamu Maroon trying to go back towards that ace site, and as you mentioned before, Mick, this aggressive forefront gamble pays off for the first blood, but Light Edits doesn't find the same success. Traded back out, so Vasova for a Killjoy trade, and we'll see what the repercussions are in the late round.
Still in a 4v4 situation. Not really too much actually sacrifice on either side just yet. Still just looking at this war of attrition, looking for this real estate. And Texas A&M are able to kind of secure it to some degree. Looking to just kind of poke off a lot of these players. They can still go for a full rotate if they feel like it. Separate these guys out even more if they do so feel. But invest in the high tide now. You're probably expecting maybe a little bit of an actual push to come through, or even then just kind of catch that operator off guard. Or just knowing that if you hear that gunshot one more time while the rest of the team looks to kind of maneuver themselves somewhere else, you're just securing that real estate somewhere else. So you can find yourself a free push, free plant, and just kind of worry about that spike working for you rather than against you.
And that's one of the, I guess, I don't want to say disappointments from Tampa Maroon, but as I feel like they could be taking advantage of this Harbor kit so much more on some of these attack
30
rounds. I
seconds
mean,
left.
they're so great at denying visibility, denying these initial operator frags, and as you mentioned here, they're going to have to take contact-based plays, especially when the recon bolt doesn't spot them out early, and, I mean, operator should have gotten a shot here, but the top of the screen, yeah, there it is.
Still
See?
gets
that shouldn't
one.
be a frag they get.
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't get it for the rotate even. They don't know who was there and who wasn't. And with the spike being dropped, the player being killed off the back of it, that's another defensive round. Nabber's just not going to be able to hunt in time.
I mean, that was just incredible timing from Justin there. And I mean, no post-plant money, but at least get that weapon out of the hands of Justin. So 6-3, at least a tied half established. That frag as well, bringing now the Reckoning on the line. So you have a little bit more of a execution, I guess, plan that you can fall back on, and a post-plant strategy in the form of that Viper's Pit. But I mean, the issue's been more taking space against the operator. So the fact that Havix isn't reinforcing it here because of that dent, that 1v1 left in the economy is huge. And they're not even gonna buy. They're gonna stay for the operator next by leaning into the knives. So I love this way to try to end the half.
I mean, it's just well played for the Warriors over and over again. I mean, I got to say, Texas A&M, we still kind of, I mentioned it, and I know that talking about they kind of could have gone for the rotation there. They knew that players were there. They obviously had nothing of an intimidation factor on Texas not to go for those swings to kind of create the denial and say we're going to sit back, and they still were, understandably so, holding back and not really want to make that commitment. And they could have done it anywhere else on the map, but still pushing right through to the avenue. But feels like Death Valley right now. I mean, I know we're not casting LSU, but I mean, these guys are just swinging right through that hall, and they are just getting picked off one by one, just singular individuals falling like dominoes to where the Warriors, they find themselves a very quick guaranteed advantage at the half.
That is why we do not challenge Viper utility, folks. I mean, Justin, well, the frags don't reflect it. They've just been insane on some of these defensive holds for the team. I mean, even if it's the teammates capitalizing off of its utilities pressure. And now, I mean, like you said, lead established. There's still 2 rounds to go. And the operator, which has been the bane of Tampa Maroon's execution existence, is back online. I wouldn't be surprised if it finds the Any here, to be honest. Thank you for not thanks for not wide swinging it.
Making some kind of adjustment here, but still trades being made. 1-for-1. The operator coming out on top and knocking down its counterpart. So good looks here from the Warriors. Once again, I feel like they've kind of gotten themselves a better into that trade, knowing that you got the double duelist versus, well, the double controller. In Texas, while, as you mentioned, that Harbor hasn't really been utilized to the fullest degree is what we were really expecting so far, hasn't been nearly as oppressive of what we're kind of typically used to. It's just a testament, I feel, to the respect that the Warriors have put on their own name, not just in terms of this matchup alone, but probably for the entire league, to let you know that, well, they are not a force to be reckoned with, and you are now at a point in this game where you're investing once more. Speaking of investing, though, that's the lockdown of the defenders on top of that Viper's Pit that was already present. That's a guaranteed rotate. There's no way you don't at least set something up to cut these guys off to let them know that, well, they're going to still take something as an exchange for this. And there it is.
Spike down.
I mean, I was going to say, I didn't really like the double expenditure here because now you don't have a retake strategy on this B site.
I'm with you.
They're just trying to corral the
30
members of
seconds
this operator that's still lying in dormancy here on Snowman. But unfortunately, here comes the counter Viper's Pit. Joba as well, without the Killjoy utility present in kitchen. Should have amazing timing here, and there it is. Delivered. That's the pit actually falling. So now you have to use this utility. They're just going to stick it to half. Curdy in an uncomfortable situation, but it's still not planning for them. So they have to aggress into the operator, into
Good
Havix,
God.
who is good for the frag. We're good for an 8th, and
No charges left.
I mean, Waterloo Warriors Gold headed towards a major upset if they can keep up this momentum when the side swaps.
That's the big thing, obviously. I mean, the way they're playing this defense is just beautiful. But, I mean, once again, I mean, it's a form of the wave to where, honestly, you can tell they've been doing their homework. I mean, even then, when we talk about those eco rounds in Ascent, where they were using that outlaw and they were using that judge to kind of funnel these players into certain circumstances, we were kind of questionable on that kind of double investment of the Viper roll and the KJ ult, but they're saying, you will go somewhere else off of this. Sure, it seems stupid, but to us, we're, as you mentioned, following everybody right into this operator once more to where it's saying, even on a round where you invest everything or where you invest nothing, we're going to make sure that we're just putting you in that Death Valley we mentioned 2 rounds ago where Texas A&M just find themselves falling into over and over and over again, where these long lineups, these aim duels that they are having to take, quite frankly, they're not even getting put into these circumstances where they can even fight them in the first place, because every single swing, it feels like there's just something they're running into.
Yeah, so Usueño in the 1v4. I mean, Justin getting the timing pretty much on the swing. Not quite sure if they spotted them out, though, on the crossover. So this could be advantageous to isolate some of these fights. And yeah, first one delivered, position now given away. Spike still not collected with a little under a minute left. You can see now them storming, trying to form this high-low, trying to get this early information collection. I mean, oh, they're pinged out by the Allo drone that gives Havocs all the information they need to try and position this operator accordingly. Do they even clear belt here? That's my
30
question.
seconds left.
They try to, but Crossfire is too strong. I mean, you just can't. Like, they're just like, I want to shoot you, Light. I know you're there. And finally, the shot's aligned, but the high-low, too strong. Havoc's finally dropping the operator at the end of the half to get the 9-3 on the board, Mick.
Oh my god.
We got this.
We were talking about the experimentation. They have been cooking in the lab. Good God.
I like this comp. I like this comp. This is one that finally has worked for them. We need Little D on Duelist. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
Like, maybe I just need to embrace, like, the old metas, the double Duelist compositions, you know, no matter what map it is.
Havoc's Light and Lil D. I mean, I think those three in those
with a
spots.
Phoenix Jet on Ascent. I need to see that match now.
And even then without, I mean, they were still doing outstanding work. I mean, considering just kind of getting that Sage there, still showing, I mean, Lil D was not really on that duelist role, but still playing on the Sage, was the MVP of that map, keep in mind, still having the highest ACS, so still carried, we could say, by the assist probably of a Sage to give you that kind of leg up of a couple ACS, of a couple points, because obviously Lida is just being 1 point behind, but
Ouch.
I mean, everybody else
Ouch.
just really show what they're made of. Great start here from Texas A&M, though, obviously in a 9-3 situation. We've seen comebacks for 9-3 over and over again, to where even then people have labeled it as a curse, but honestly, it just comes down to a doable situation. That's really what you have to label it as, so that's how they have to see this game right here, right now.
Oh, and I love this forward aggression from Waterloo Warriors Gold. They know they have number 6 advantage. They wanted to change it back in their favor earlier rather than later, but they thought they had Lusuenu alone, and Joba was in their back pocket
Last player
to
standing.
support. So now, I mean, Purdy, 1v5, and yes, 2 members are low. You can get a, you know, blow for blow action going, but
Bomb grenade
I mean, they're just deserting the spike on B. There's no way Curdy goes all the way to get this spike, especially now that A main is covered by Nabber. They're gonna try and corral it into this stack that's coming in through Garden right now into spawn, and shots for shots. And it's a backstab from Nabber to close out the pistol in flawless fashion. A great way to put Texas A&M Maroon back on track to bail them out of this 9-3 deficit for the start of the half.
Able to manage one. That's all you're really looking for. Take it one round at a time here from Texas A&M. I mean, 9-3 is feasible by all means necessary, but I mean, you got to really want it. And quite frankly, I think it gets to that wake-up moment where we've seen Texas A&M on Lotus, in retortion to what happened on Ascent, kind of wake up and say, look, we can't let this happen. But now I think it's to the point where you're not just kind of annoying them. You're really ticking them off when they understand that we could actually lose this game to a team that has their only game win by a forfeit that we're now seeing as a nearly undefeated team, that kind of have to find this answer. We got to make sure to manage it. Otherwise, this isn't just kind of a tarnish to their reputation. Regardless, I mean, the Warriors have won this game. Whether or not they win or actually lose it, what they have accomplished inside this week has been
I completely agree.
unprecedented. So just to close it out, it's going to be the perfect carry on top to it.
Well, Aussie Frosty, like we said, they're the one that sent them to map 3 here. They're the one trying to keep their team in this. Nice for the blood off the Outlaw, and as they try to punish, Nabber has their back covered. Not 1, but 2 or 3 frags, why not? And
Yeah, they're
I
mad.
mean, they buy enough time for rotations from Tieni to get the cherry on top, as you put it. And I mean, flawless pistol, flawless bonus conversion. I mean, did you just cast a Curse Waterloo Warriors Gold, Mick?
I don't think so. It still comes down to the rifle rounds. That's the one that I feel is really going to start counting. But with an Outlaw, Guardian, and a Bulldog, surely that we've seen with the Warriors kind of go ahead and take attendance, try to figure out what exactly is working out, and really kind of see who's going to get shut down or who's the player to keep eyes on, and kind of what avenues to kind of keep your attention towards around the map. But I mean, Texas A&M, they're starting to play with purpose now. I bet you inside those comms, things are getting a lot more silent, a lot more focused, and they're just making sure they win their ones, because at the end of the day, they're on the defense. They just got to hold these angles. They got to hit those shots, and they got to let these players just funnel into them.
Now, an early cascade to try and fizzle out this pressure. I mean, once that fades, it's replaced by the toxic screen, so double layer here just to stall out all pressure, all momentum Waterloo Warriors Gold was bringing up. So all that does is inform an early rotation for Tandem Maroon to contest. Nabber, okay, I was about to say, you're in a little bit of a sticky situation there, so nice little sidestep out of dodge, and here it comes, the capitalization off the toxic screen's qualities, that vulnerability. And even Nabber with 60 HP is like, I'll take these fights, why not? And there's the punish, left and right. Curdy so getting a few for their efforts, but even then, I mean, it look like we're on par for a bonus conversion here, Mick. If it's a 1v3, and all those shock darts are have already been wasted, so Light Edits has no post-plant utility.
Nothing but a bulldog. It's something. It's not really utility, but I mean, a gun can do you just as much, if not more. But unfortunately, that's all you really get to work with. The rest of the team's here to funnel on site and to play the protection game, and on their third here in a row. So big sense for Texas A&M. Still lots of rounds to go, but it's that point though to where if the Warriors are going to struggle to get themselves just to number 10, Lord knows how difficult it's going to be just to pass that as well. Because I mean, that's where I see more teams choke up. It's right there at that number 10 rather than number 9.
All right. I mean, think about Ascent, right? It was a very dominant. What was it? It was 8-4. Yeah, thank you. My memory is not faulty in this regard, and it ended, 13-8. So they were able to wrestle that back. I mean, ultimately, Waterloo Warriors Gold did win that map out, but I mean, where Texas A&M Maroon has a history on this map, has, a pretty deep experience pool on it. They should be able to adjust accordingly. So we're gonna have to see once again that depth of plays from Waterloo Warriors Gold. And I mean, you have, say, Reckoning in your face. Your pressure is pushed, and you're challenging Kishin. That's not good because you just delivered the spike to Theany.
You already went ahead, gave up all those kills there towards the top of Kitchen. Reckoning was giving away that other player inside because somebody was out towards mid, looking at the cues given from the sky. That, I mean, it's so much that you really can't do anything about it. Now you're at a point where this spike is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And with 2 controllers, both still alive, by the way, you're saying, oh my god. What can we really do here? Set up maybe a wrap somewhere. Problem is, you're going for a straightforward approach right through that tube, and you're just trying to take the Tiny, which, I mean, understandably so, but you're going to get wrapped in the meantime, because if you're not taking that space for yourself, somebody else is going to do just that.
Ooh, I was really nervous about that cove. It allowed the spike collection, but it just funneled Havocs into Austy Frosty, allowing Nabber for the backstab through that window. And now, I mean, Operator collected to aid recollected to aid the defense. Only 2 rounds separating. Waterloo Warriors Gold, can you take a timeout, please? It'll probably be next round. If they do.
They get a full buy here. I always like to see teams take a timeout after an eco round sometimes, because I mean, especially if it's like kind of a throwaway eco round, you can tell where they're saying make things expensive but make it really slow and kind of play more for the retake, and then we can just discuss stuff because we have one more execute that we can kind of play off that information from. But still, you really can't blame them for kind of understanding that the game's moving at such a pace where they're just not really in a point where they can kind of come up with form all their cohesive thoughts to really find a counter to what's going on here. Where you're at a point to where, once again, as we mentioned earlier, Texas A&M, they're just having to stay quiet, hold their angles, and then just call things out as they see it. Don't overextend for information. Frags are coming your direction. If Aussie Frosty's at the head of it, well, you really got no concern.
Yeah, that was a great example of the points you were laying out there. Following through almost flawlessly, but I mean, the response here from Waterloo Warriors Gold is also pretty decent. I mean, they take the B site. Only thing to counter now is that early pressure. I mean, Havoc's aggression getting punished, and I mean, I was about to say I would have loved to see that plan, but I mean, the rotation from Tandem Maroon is just as fitting, right? They get the swarm grenades, they get the snake bites on it, and you can't even plant, even while there is a zoning ultimate of the 100 tree coming into play.
Oh my god.
You try and dip towards the A site, you're taken out by an operator. in the
30
fray,
seconds
and
left.
I mean, now Justin's in a 1v4, and you don't even know where the operators are positioned to.
You at least know it's not down the middle. So that's one of your options you can eliminate. But where is everybody else? There's 3 more players around the map. Nobody's really going to swing you for nothing. Being able to slip through, but the timing of the swing you there to just look to the left and have that perfect swing come out towards you, it's just not really preparation, just good nonetheless, as Texas A&M find themselves an 8 here to work with. A flawless defense for them so far. So I don't really know what to say here for the Warriors. You mentioned that timeout. I wouldn't blame them for taking it, but maybe, as I said earlier, maybe they'll take it after this, kind of figure out what they can kind of bring out their signature weird plays like what we saw on Ascent with these eco rounds, and play towards the A site where this close quarter can actually have some kind of merit to it. But who knows? Because it looks like A&M may
I
meet
was
it.
gonna say, yeah, they're the ones going on the offensive here a little bit. Cascade to force the issue, try and get that orb, but I mean, a lot of the Warriors' gold showing no signs of slowing down, and I mean, they just get shredded through that toxic screen after Curdy finds one. Joba as well with that utility adding insult to injury to place Justin again in this 1v3 situation. Granted, will secure the plant money, so that's a box checked here for the eco round, but I mean, they're playing Ring Around the Rosie now here with Ness, and they're going to meet their opposing Viper toe for toe, and we're now tied, Mick.
Uh-oh. Not even in a back and forth kind of way where you see the Warriors maybe getting 1 or 2. It's just been literally a masterclass from Texas A&M on the secondary half. I mean, the defense, when you don't really require them to come up with a game plan or anything, they're just ready to roll. And I mean, while that hit had some promise to it, quite frankly, it was once they got on site where they really started to run into resistance, which is wild to think, considering, I mean, they found themselves a couple kills in the meantime. It came down to, obviously, that last 2K coming through on site, delaying stuff. I mean, for that timeout, it just looks more and more enticing because, I mean, what can Texas A&M really do? They're not pushing you. They're relying on that operator. They want Aussie Frosty to just kind of do his thing. They know that a half of the map is already just kind of cut off at the start every single round, and they're making you check for it. Where, honestly, just play that game. Get patient and just kind of give them that time.
It's ironic because Havoc's operator also was left unchecked on their defense, but for now, I mean, early Hunter's Fury out just to deny this space here, and Little D gonna just respect that. They open up the B site, they allow the Viper's Pit to come through, and even Joba is kind of contemplating the use of this lockdown. Finally, the investment out. Here comes the counter. Now, my eyes are going to be on Nabber to see if they can destroy this lockdown here. They're going to put their life on the line for the late round impact, and Lil D's not going to have the timing for the wrap. They get it destroyed just in time. Lil D is detained, but they don't have time to deal with it. They have to deal with these yellow players, and frags are lining up. Lil D has to be the bailout here. They're so far away. Nabber now 1v3.
Too much in the way, quite frankly. Can't blame you for giving it your best shot. Good old college try, looking for as many kills in the meantime, but even then, still so much time given away, and only one player comes out there at the end of it from the Warriors. Not enough time to evacuate the zone, but still. Showing they hit round number 10, it just took a very, very long time to get there. So if we do see a replication of any type, this will be the time to do it, where we saw those 6 perfect rounds come out from the likes of Warriors in that last half, answered by 6-0. If we see a complete mirror of this, well, the Warriors are the ones that, quite frankly, maybe coming out on top.
It's just, I feel so bad because, like, Nabber was doing such a good job with that, like, flank pressure, and they just could not contest with that Viper's Pit. So I don't know if they needed, like, I really don't know. I mean, I think it's just a compositional fault in that regard because you don't have that double initiator. You don't have more, like, information or, you know, corralling utility in that regard because you use it for delay. But for now, I mean, mentioned maybe this could be the start of the Warriors comeback.
Gets out.
I mean, you'd think the Reckoning would make it a no, but Empress, Nabber, trade for trade, blow for blow before I can even say who's on top of things. Tama Maroon walks away with the victory, and we're back to back ties, 10-10, double digits.
You don't deserve my inventions.
Oh my goodness.
Seen so many players alive in that post-plant situation. You're expecting at least something to happen. I mean, even then, Lil D sitting on site, able to find that first kill with the Empress, expecting somewhat kind of a pressure to be exerted and just kind of keep that ball rolling, but still, I mean, cut a little bit short. Everybody else sitting back towards main. just getting mowed down in that exact aim duel situation I talked about. You don't really want to be in with Texas A&M, but with another round coming underway, another round where you don't have the full rifles, and another round you want to kind of play more forcefully in close quarters, I wouldn't blame to kind of go for that on maybe a main round. I understand they're afraid of Havoc, or Aussie, excuse me, on that operator who's been kind of leaning more towards this A site. But good night. I mean, you got information. At least use that Sova to some degree to figure out where this guy is and sniff it out first, and then just go somewhere else. Even using the middle and just kind of wrapping.
Oh, Aussie Frosty robbed of a shot. You said the operator position spotted out by the tail end of that Hunter's Fury. So cat out of the bag, Little D unleashed. The only one that can stop them is Navar, who has been on a tear these last few rounds, trying to drag their team to the finish line in week 6. But I mean, Waterloo Warriors Gold, Havoc's TV not done with their time in the spotlight, not done with their show up against the top team right now, and that's one way to make a statement. Is a Thrifty. Put yourself right back in the lead, and I mean at this point in my eyes, Mick, the only thing that can break this exchange is a timeout.
I'm with you. I mean, it's at this point of like the back and forth where you are seeing now the Warriors trying to find themselves a little bit of an actual consistent factor here, just to at least get themselves on site. That's what we were kind of seeing them struggle for those first initial rounds. It was kind of an absolute mow through, not really concerned about with the spiking in the slightest. But I mean, now that they're actually finding that real estate, they're finding a way to execute these goals, and there's inevitably going to be a point where Aussie Frosty cannot afford that operator anymore if you keep on robbing that out of his hands, to where the game plan is going to have to be adjusted. It's going to have to go a little bit differently, but already Aussie Frosty, this is not that round. Operator's still in play, first blood still on the board. It comes down to this A execute whether or not he can find that shot, and who else than Little D to take it.
And I love the idea to fall back here. I mean, majority of the numbers for Texas A&M Maroon had rotated over. We've seen how much of a struggle that toxic screen is to challenge. And I mean, look at how deep the players are for Waterloo Warriors Gold.